Hello, we are here. Welcome. What's going on? What are we talking about today?
Um, well, I didn't really have too much in mind. Mostly just was enjoying my last couple of days actually. So, um, I didn't have any big topics on my mind. I
Oh,
spent the last 2 days at my sister's, spending time with her.
oh, okay.
Yeah,
How'd that go?
I went pretty well. We mostly um caught up on the Lego City video game that we've been playing for most of the year.
Is it like fake Legos?
Yeah, it's a video game. It's you play on the Xbox, so you play these Lego characters that run around and do Lego things, I guess.
Does it make you want to play with Legos in real life, or is it sufficient? Like, does it simulate it enough where your brain feels satisfied that it's getting the Lego experience?
Um, I don't really get that from the Lego video games so much. They're just kind of fun in their own way. Really, I feel like the Lego experience this day, if we're gonna say video game replicates that, would be Minecraft. And I've been getting some things done there as well. I was actually in the process of drafting the charter for the investment firm I started on that big server I joined,
Oh,
um, so that we can have it on the books with the local government there. So yeah, there are actually organized states and stuff, and
how
um,
many people are on this server? Like, how big is it?
at any given moment in time, there'll probably be between like 30 and 50 people on
Oh,
there. Uh, but that's people coming on and off throughout the day. I would say there's probably a few hundred active players in the course of
oh,
a single day. Yes, and so most countries are, especially the big ones, are probably anywhere from 50 to 100 players, and then the smaller ones might be about 10 or 20.
wow. You think do communities form on there? Like,
Yeah,
is it like a form? Like, is a platform with potential for community building?
yeah. So I mean, a lot of the people. This is the second iteration of this server, so it's called CivMC. There's an original server that was on years ago because this one started in 2022. It's referred to as Classic Civ now,
Is
and I
that
think that
Sid
ran.
Meier Civ,
No,
or
no,
just
no.
their own version, their
It's
own
it's
name?
it's, it's Minecraft. They call it CivMC because they're doing civilizations on these servers.
Ah, okay.
Um, And the general approach to these civilization servers is that it's very player driven. They have minimal rules, so you don't necessarily get banned. Like how in some things, like you experience with the satanic groups, if somebody thought that you were racist or bigoted, or they just,
Hmm.
even if that's not true, right? They would just kick you out, and you really had no recourse.
Or any kind of little social norm. It could be an etiquette norm or anything. They don't have to be political. But
Yeah.
yeah,
So whatever makes you the pariah, that doesn't necessarily get you banned on these things. They usually have mechanisms so that it is player enforced. So the admins of the server mainly just try to make sure that the server functions, with some terms of speed, reliability, accessibility, the technical side of it. But if you're going to be, if so for example, there's a country on here called Salerno, and the prime minister of the country I joined warned me about them because he said, well, just be careful, just to warn you about them, they can be a bit racist. And I thought, well, what does that mean, right? But the thing is, there is a country that exists that apparently is considered by some to be racist, but hasn't been just wiped off the server. So even
how
though,
do the players enforce if enough players decide
so there's
they
this
don't want
is
it? They can wipe
specific
it
to the
off.
this is specific to the server, because standard Minecraft has, in its survival mode, which is basically where your character can be injured and be killed. You can usually respawn. The hardest form of survival mode is called hardcore, which means if you die, that's the end of the game for you. And some servers that have a hardcore mode will make it so that when you die, you're basically banned from the server. And the reason for your death, maybe with a few exceptions due to again technical failings on the server, is unimportant. If you are killed, you are removed, almost like real life. So effectively, murder is introduced as a concept in these servers. They do it a bit differently here. They have a thing where, if you are killed, well, somebody has something called a pearl in their inventory in their hotbar, um, you are sent to the Nether, which is normally a an accessible dimension. That's the Nether is sort of based on Hell, so it's a very fiery and ghoulish place to go. Um, and you will be trapped there, and whoever killed you has your pearl, and they pay like a certain amount of resource to keep you there, almost like a prison system that increases over time. If they have enough resources to maintain it indefinitely, they may keep you there indefinitely.
So
Um,
players can kill other like vigilante justice or mob justice is how it gets
yes,
enforced. That
it
sounds
could be.
worse than just being banned from a server for
Well,
violation of some etiquette rule.
if you join states, then governments will intercede on your behalf if you're unjustly pearled, or if just don't want to accept you're being pearled, and this can escalate to wars and conflicts. And so there are mechanisms in which countries work together to resolve that. So even if, um, let's say, someone thinks you're racist and they decide to pearl you to the Nether and keep you there, let's say they're the resources to keep you there a really long time. If your nation, let's say in this case Salerno, I don't know if they're actually racist. Again, this is just what I've been told. Um, may speak to the country of the player that pearled that person and say, "Hey, we think this was an unprovoked attack, and we want them released, or we will escalate this to war." In which case, release might be negotiated. So things like that occur
Can anybody just pearl anybody they want for any reason?
effectively, but again, there are there's law and order in this world, and so for example, I am a citizen of Pavia. That is the nation I joined because it is the most economically developed, and um, it has like a developed business community. They even have issued stocks for some of their companies that you can buy on an exchange there. So they have very complex investment and ownership structures for a server. Maybe not complex is the right word, sophisticated. Because I don't think it's complex. But let's say I decide to pearl a fellow Pavian citizen. Well, the Pavian government is going to have something to say about that. It would not just go quietly. Um, because in the game feed, every time somebody is killed, it will say so and so was killed by so and so with this weapon or means. And so, uh, I would risk becoming an outlaw if I did that, and so would whoever killed me. Um, and generally speaking, the countries have rules against just doing that. So the only time, generally speaking, that happens is if someone is a known criminal, and so the government targets them, or more often is if there's a state of war and there's a focused effort by states to eliminate a rival. I was actually told of one thing. I think it was called the what was it called the I think the raiding wars. Um, and it was like an effort to eliminate. It was like this nation that would raid other people and like mess up their property, and basically a coalition of states went on a war to eliminate them from the game and permanently hurl them in the Nether.
So there's consequences for just randomly offing
Yes,
players you don't like.
in fact, yeah. So you do say, yeah, people could do bad
It
things, but this
sounds
is
more
why.
law and orderly than our own world right now.
Well, it's so the whole point is it's meant to be. It's called CivMC because it's trying to allow civilizations to form organically. So it's not just for you to play, so you can have fun. And what's matter is everyone has fun. The fun is in the challenge of making functioning civilizations.
For
Um,
some people, like there's gonna be people there that get fun out of just randomly trying to fuck it up for other people.
right, and so the challenge for the serious players is to rein them in, and for the most part, they've been successful. So it is always possible, just like in real life, that people who want to destroy society could do so. There are people today who don't just want to be trolls in video games and in internet forums and YouTube streams. They want to cause actual mayhem in real life. And I'm sure there have been plenty of examples of doing that. Maybe that's what you could say is true of serial killers, other types of criminals. Um, but yes, otherwise, the societies tend to be pretty stable. There are some other modifications to the server that make it, let's say, time consuming to be a criminal if you want. Um, So you can invest resources to make the things you build harder to destroy. So that's one thing. One example, though, of a killing that occurred was because it was just Christmas, so they were doing a Chris the Pavian Christmas photo in the town square. There's a of the main city. There's a big Christmas tree they make, and then they get all the characters, the players together with their characters, and they take a group photo together that they then send out to other people in the world, I guess. Um, and last year when they did it, somebody placed a bomb in there and blew up a bunch of people. Now, I think the way the bombing works is nobody got pearled from it, but people's characters did die. In which case, you respawn at your bed. You don't get sent to the Nether. So you have a bed that you set as a spawn point. Usually, you put it in your house.
And were they able to tell
And
who sent the bomb?
I think they. I read the article on it. They didn't name it, but I believe the individuals responsible were found and hunted down and pearled.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I
the
don't know how.
justice itself is organic. It emerges
Yeah,
from as the players play the game. They figure it out.
yes, which is again part of the game. So when you like run for government in there, um, assuming it's a democratic function, not all of them are democratic. Um, the one I'm in isn't technically democratic either. The one
What
I'm in
is
is,
yours?
I believe they call it, I think it's called an elective meritocracy or like a noble meritocracy. Basically, they use a system of nobility. There's a something like a parliamentary body um, that consists of nobles, and to get noble titles, you have to be a contributor to society. So they have essentially hybridized, um, the idea of more of a medieval aristocracy with the capitalist culture they have. So since aristocracy is not going to be based on blood descent in a game like that, they base it on essentially your industriousness and your business prowess, and how much do you grow the wealth of the land. So they're very business oriented uh, people in Pavia. Because they're so business friendly, they trade with a lot of folks. Um, they have good relationships with everyone, and they are the most neutral nation on the server, effectively the Switzerland of the server. So they're not really in danger of being attacked, and anyone attacking them would be controversial geopolitically.
So, like a meritocracy.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm just a citizen, so there are certain like protections that come, but functionally, a citizen in Pavia is more of a subject than a citizen. Because normally, when you think of a citizen, you have a participating role
Yeah.
in the state itself to some degree. In America, it would be through voting or certain
How do you
political
feel
rights.
about that?
I mean, I don't mind it too much because they generally do not micromanage. So it's not like you. There's a lot of things that you. So there's certain decisions that are not based on you, but you're not made to do too many things. They're not too many commands. And um, generally speaking, the people who pull their weight get title and rank because when people have title and rank, then they have more doors open to them, and so they want to give title and rank to people who are um, productive. Moose
Okay.
just says, I mean, it's fucking Minecraft, just Minecraft. Yeah, so like, I'm not going to be too upset about that. I mean, I don't think I'd be too bothered at this point if I got a letter from the government saying, "Oh, you've been stripped of your citizenship. You're just a subject of America now." I don't know if I'd be too miffed at that at this point.
Oh, Moose. By the way, did you ever get those membership? Were they able? Those memberships you bought the other day, were they able to reverse that? Because if not, I said I would go ahead and buy 10 of my own to replace it for you. So let me know. I am trying to see if there's any analogy I can draw from it and apply it to YouTube, like a YouTube channel, and what happens here. Because this is not a pure democracy either. It like just by the nature of the way channels are set up, it's not. The
Right.
channel owner has much more liability
You're
and
effectively,
only
if
one
this is,
person can have the ultimate access to the controls.
yeah, so if this channel is a kingdom, you're the king, and you have to make all the final decisions.
Yeah, I do. I'm a tyrant, actually. Pure tribe.
Yes.
Yeah, there's tribalism everywhere because of our brains, our little monkey brains. Um, but I'm kind of like that Minecraft server. I try to be as hands off as possible. Like I only step in when I absolutely need to. Hey,
Yeah.
Ragamuffin,
I think
welcome.
there are countries on there that are more blatantly monarchic or dictatorial, but I haven't been to them or I don't know what they're like.
So what are your obligations as a citizen? What do they expect or require from you as a subject?
Well, at this point, it's just to obey the laws. They don't have any taxes, mainly because they don't really, have any budgetary
And the
needs.
laws are already codified and laid out, so you know what they are.
Yeah, so most of what they do is sort of constitutional in nature, and don't require a lot of things to be written out. So some decrees have been written out, some laws have been written out. A lot of things are just sort of decided on a case by case basis with people, utilizing the power that's constitutionally vested in them. So there's not like a distinct like court system where things are litigated or tried or whatever. Usually, you might think of it as kind of like when you see things of like old world justice, like a matter is brought to the king, like a complaint or something. Like
Judge Judy
he,
Justice.
God, yeah, but you know how like they used to do that with the king or the king's
Yeah,
man who was in that town. Um,
or
and they
Solomon.
and right, and so so James is complaining about Timothy, and James says, "Oh, he pissed on my 3 loaves of bread." And Timothy says, um, "Well, he put the bread where I piss." And then the king would decide, "You will repay him his 3 loaves of bread, for he is, a baker, and that's just how he earns his living." And he'd wave his hand, and that would be it. And it's something more like that. I don't think they get as dramatic about it, but that's how it would be in the movies, right?
I would make him piss on the other guy's bread.
And some king might do that, right? In this case, I think it would be the prime minister who does that. Um, but who makes those decisions?
Or cut off his pisser.
Yeah, I
That's
think
another
the
way to
only
solve it.
way
You want to go around using it to piss on ruin people's breads?
I think
Take it
the only
away.
way that the state raises revenue is they have a system to sort of rotate power, and so uh they sort of dramatize death of the prime minister and emperor, because the emperor is the ceremonial leader, but the prime minister is the head of government in his name. And so after like 4 weeks, they will do a thing called dice day once per week, and the odds of the death of the prime minister slash emperor increases every week. They're not actually killed in the game, but they're sort of ceremonially killed so that the power can transfer and that a new prime minister would be elected. Um, and citizens are allowed to bet um, on that, and I think the state gets some revenue from that. And for whatever the expenses of running the state are, which are not particularly high, it seems. Um, I think that is sufficient. They don't need to acquire revenue by any other means. So I suppose if they
That
had,
reminds me, I have decided to, since the New Year's coming up, probably Tuesday, I'll do this, to do some form of amnesty for all of the, not all of, but for many of the people that I've blocked this year. I'm going to unblock a lot of people. I'm going to tear down the wall, and we'll see how they do. They'll get one. I predict most of them will end up getting blocked right back, but I am going to remove
hmm,
the block from many, many, many past commenters and give them another chance to show up, participate, be a part of the community, etc. So that'll happen on Tuesday
I think you're right. They will probably abuse that.
in time for the New Year's Eve party.
They will mistake your kindness for
Probably
weakness.
so, but some of them, they may have gotten blocked early on before they had a chance to kind of assimilate to the norms here, and I'm willing to give most of them another chance. Some of them are going to be on the permanent ban list just because their actions were so egregious and extreme. But I'm comfortable because I have like, oh God, almost 200 people on my block list, so I'm comfortable releasing a large number of those. Yes, the drawbridge will be lowered. You mean is Joe at peace with himself, or are you and he at peace? Were y'all having beef? Do they have drama court in Minecraft where people can show up and resolve drama with each other? Or does the king decide all of that?
I don't know why Moose and I wouldn't be at peace.
Maybe he meant like the royal we. Are you at
Uh,
peace?
I don't know. Well, for Moose specifically, I'm not mad at him. Um, and if I were, well, I'm rarely ever actually mad at people. So, oh,
Yeah, he just meant are you at peace today? Did you say he always seems chill? He's phlegmatic
yeah. Well, I definitely had
by
fun two
design.
days with my sister. I'm also pretty pleased with how some of my articles went. I was a little um nervous for a bit that my articles wouldn't end up earning very well by the end of the month, but I managed to get in on the quantum computing stock craze and write a few on those, and those have made me um, hundreds of dollars very quickly. And so that sort of sped me up to a nice finish to the month. So I usually try to get at least 2K by the end of the month, and I've already crossed 2K thanks to those. So that was a nice development.
Oh, yeah, that is nice.
And I learned quite a bit about quantum computing as well.
Do you have a timeline for us?
Um, a timeline for like writing articles.
No, for when it's going to be achieved.
Oh, well, I'm already over 2K now. Um,
No, no, I'm talking about quantum computing. When are we getting it? When is it
oh,
coming?
it's here. It's just in
They've
stages.
cracked. Let me see. I didn't. Why
Hmm,
didn't? Why didn't? To me, that would be like
that's why there's been
worldwide breaking news. We finally
that's
achieved quantum computing.
so it is here, and there are actually some commercial uses of it that have just begun. But it's still limited because there are scaling issues. Once they figure out the scaling issues, it'll become much more viable, and it's going to feed directly into the AI craze because quantum
Yeah.
computers will be able to meet the computational needs of AI much better than traditional
It
computers.
was decoherence. That's what it was. That they were. Did have they figured out a way around that?
Um, they're working on it. There's a few hurdles. There's more than one hurdle, but that's one of them. The right now the one this is the most recent one I wrote. The one that actually has commercial use, and by that I mean commercial use for production, not like the research and development project of a commercial customer. Because often quantum computing companies, if they have any revenues, they're doing contracts with government agencies or or public institutions like a school for research purposes, and they're not trying to produce anything yet. And if a commercial customer is doing a contract, um, then it's usually for their own research and development. But there's actually some doing commercial contracts for productive purposes. So beyond research and development. That's right. We call them Cool Joe now. And uh, that's been done with annealing quantum computing. And annealing quantum, or quantum annealing, I should say, is an interesting process where they essentially um, like anneal. So simulated annealing is like this field of mathematics that uses probability to determine optimization for various problems. And quantum annealing effectively uses the probabilistic nature of quantum mechanics to find to solve optimization problems by essentially getting like the qubits to their lowest energy state. Um, so essentially, like mimic it using that, and annealing quantum computers have an advantage over traditional computers for computing problems that fit well into these like optimization problems. So it's essentially the traveling salesman problem, right? You have a bunch of cities. The salesman needs to see how do you optimize the route so that the salesman spends the less time and distance traveling. And then there's a way to draw that route so that you get the shortest possible answer.
Yeah.
And there's you can abstract it from there. So like a similar example is if you're designing a building, what's the best way to design the HVAC system to allow you know most efficient air circulation, least or like the least amount of energy waste, right? Because one of the biggest energy costs on any building is HVAC, um, and you can use um, uh, optimization solvers in computers to solve this, and quantum computers can do this very effectively now. So they're starting to do that. But what we don't have is we don't have any quantum computing company that is making enough sales, if they have any, that they are profitable. So we're still not quite there yet, but it is here,
They
and
have
there are
actual quantum computers manufactured.
yeah, and rather than like you have a quantum computer that like I have this laptop and I can put it on my lap or my table. What they do is they have these large quantum computers that effectively have these scaled resources, and they use a cloud service so that customers can access them and run whatever problems they have. So that's the model most of them are using right now. And I don't know when we'll get to a point where like, I'm carrying my phone around and my phone is a quantum computer. I don't know when we're going to get to that point, but um, this phone right now is a traditional computer. Um, it uses bits instead of qubits, but um, um, that is farther off. But AI actually, generative AI, which is run on traditional computers, is able to accelerate some of this process a bit because there are certain things that need to be fixed in scaling quantum computers that AI is able to make go faster. So, like a part of it is calibrating a quantum computer. That quantum computer has to be calibrated so that it has minimal errors because of the probabilistic nature of it. There are error rates. So some of it has just been getting the error rates to an acceptable level that um, you can consistently get good results, and then you have a very simple correction method that you can do for whatever error rate occurs. They've recently gotten the error rate in the computations to um, over 99%. And basically, it's considered for reliable business use, you would need something over 99%. And then the correction method you can use for the less than 1% um, becomes much easier to implement at that point. And so you calibrate. So I don't understand. We'll have to put it in super plain terms, but there's a calibration process that basically an expert and scientist would need to spend a lot of time doing. Very recently, as in this month, um, they announced the first ever um, calibration of a quantum computer by AI, which is expected to speed up this calibration problem significantly and make it much easier to start rolling out quantum computers for other purposes, right? If you can speed that up, you reduce the production time and cost, and a lot of things get better at this point. So that was an important milestone. So there are different hurdles that need to be cleared, but we are seeing them being cleared and much faster than before because of the advantages that formed over the last decade with AI and cloud computing. So we have quantum computers. There are ways to make them accessible um, in an efficient way, and AI is going to help plug some of the gaps now that we have that as well. Um, so I would say in the next decade we're going to see a lot of gains in quantum computing, and it's definitely something to watch because well, I mean, you saw what happened once we we didn't have generative AI, and then suddenly we did, and look at what the the payday it was for investors invested in the companies that held the keys to that kingdom, right?
But I expected AI to be way more advanced than it is. I made a prediction in January that the world would be unrecognizable by this time because of AI, that it was going to accelerate so fastly, and it's barely moved. Like it's people, AI is basically doing the same thing it was doing a year ago.
No, Dagmar, you're not the only one. My whole life is people telling me they feel stupid listening to me
Me
talk.
too, believe it or not. People.
That's probably why I'm single.
Well, you have to find an intellect, a sapiosexual.
Okay, good. R.I.P.
So I'm waiting for AI to do more than it's doing now. It's making pretty pictures and it's writing things, organizing information, but that's
I
about
think
it.
the reason it didn't take off is because there are hardware um, requirements to have AI go off to this next level that we do not have yet. So the AI can
Oh,
grow, but it cannot grow faster than the hardware, right? You need big data centers that can run it, and we have to, hammer those into the ground. And AI isn't going to hammer it in; we're going to do it, right? So until that's built up, um, it's
I
basically
didn't
it's
realize
only going to
that.
be
So like my dream of
yeah,
an AI panel with
right.
actual AI human guest.
Yeah, so this is basically what the pace of AI growth is going to be. It's how quickly we develop the hardware resources for it, and it's going to be the cloud-based data centers for the most part. It's believed that like about 8 to 10% of the electrical consumption of the U.S. in about 10 years will be specifically for data centers.
Wow. That's like the crypto miners that are using up all the energy to mine the
Yeah.
bitcoins.
Some are wondering that quantum computing is going to completely just change the way the crypto mining works because the crypto mining is about solving whatever the cryptographic problem is in the currency, and so um, Bitcoin was designed to make that a more. I'm just talking about Bitcoin. Different cryptocurrencies have their own different limits, but Bitcoin is the main one that people are trying to develop. Like these large mining facilities that use a lot of electricity to solve. And that was designed to become more intensive and difficult with traditional computers. Satoshi did not expect that. I don't think they were expecting like any kind of timeline for when quantum computers would show up. And so quantum computers will solve things like that so quickly that it'll be absurdly easy to create Bitcoin. I mean, like we
What
might.
breaking news? Philip said we already have the AI panels, but it requires a certain software. What is the software? It creates like real life humans that you can have conversations with.
That's us, Jeff. We're basically AIs.
That's what I want to do. I want to get some AIs and some humans on a panel together and see who could tell the difference. Who's the AI and who's the human, and find a way to monetize it. And I want to see what the conversations are like. If I bring some fake people on, how are the conversations different than the people that currently come on?
I think I must be an AI,
You
Jeff,
might
because
be.
how else would I make a smart person like Dagmar feel so stupid?
You might be the AI. Well, the AI are created by the Spurgs anyway,
Hmm.
and you have a very like AI oriented brain in your delivery.
Yeah, I've even written things that some people have thought were written
That
by
an AI wrote.
ChatGPT because I have such a standard formulaic way of doing it. It's very neat. It's very, trimmed. It's
You'd
not
make a
it's
good
not
data, like on
scatterbrained.
Star Trek. What was he? An android? A cyborg?
Yeah, he's basically an AI, right?
Yeah,
He's just got a body that goes with him. He doesn't have like a consciousness that is floating around in the internet, right?
right.
It's confined to the body.
Except when Cool Joe comes out, like that. See, that's a good a good thing to bring up. Cool Joe does not seem AI generated. It doesn't seem like AI has advanced to the point where they could generate something like Cool Joe.
Oh, where I sound like I'm Morty,
I
at
don't
least
know who
that
that
one
is,
time.
but
Who
I
I
know
don't
it's a
even remember who
cartoon.
said it. I don't even remember who said it. They're like, is Joe trying to sound like Morty right now?
Uh,
People want to see Cool Joe again. Cool Joe,
I'm trying to figure
King
out what.
Joe,
Yeah, I mean, I prefer Cool Joe too. I got to be honest.
Leather Jacket
It's
Joe.
it's like when Dylan went electric. Like much prefer the electric rock, rock music over the folky stuff. It it communicates on a human level instead of just strictly informational. Yeah, are there any things that make you feel stupid? Have
Sure,
you ever felt stupid in your life?
absolutely. Smart people are capable of feeling and being stupid.
I agree. Hey, Vinny, happy all of that. Christmas, Santa, snow, everything.
I think some people are stupid. Like there are some people who are just stupid. They're never going to have smart moments. But smart people can still have. I think I've said this on panel before. Smart people are capable of stupid things, but stupid people aren't capable of smart
I don't
things.
know. I think stupid people can have their smart moments. I don't rule that out.
Mm. Then they wouldn't be stupid. You know, they're smart compared to a squirrel,
But
but
maybe like I don't know that stupid is as linear as we make it. I think that I think that the potential is there in people to have moments of insight and intelligence.
well, I don't. Well, for example, like I don't know exactly when you go from the line of being like just stupid to retarded or whatever, but like we can only expect so much intelligence from a retarded person, right?
Right, but yeah, maybe not as much as you would get from a smart person, but the claim was that you're not going to get it at all. And I think even from a retarded person, you may have occasional moments of intelligence from this. So I don't rule out that stupid people are not capable of being intelligent in certain situations. I'm more open ended about human potential, I think.
See, King
Yeah,
Philip said
you're
lazy
right. And
people.
Philip, they have that they plot the IQ curve, and the best CEOs of companies are not the most intelligent. There's a point on the curve at which intelligence becomes a liability to being a CEO. So the ideal
Mhm.
CEO is on like higher than the middle, but not so high that they're on way on this end of the curve.
Well, yeah, because I think when people are intelligent, they tend to be more engineer types, and this is the thing I'm seeing not just with the quantum computing companies, but with just companies in general, where you have something that takes a new type of product or technology. It doesn't even have to be computer based or physics based or anything crazy like that, but just something that is goes through a development phase where they're doing research, they're developing it, and they do that for years, and they're constantly having to raise money to keep going, and eventually they get it to a point where it is useful enough that they can start selling it as a good or service and make more money than they spend for a change. And that requires them to go from being academics who have their noses stuck in their books for 10 or 15 years and find their inner businessmen and start figuring out how they're going to run their lemonade stand. And that simple pivot itself is a challenge because a lot of these company founders are rather often just scientists. They form a business to get their project going, but they're not great businessmen at heart, and they have to find it in
The
themselves,
people skills.
or they have to bring it on board. And some of it's people skills, but some of it's just the way you think about your work, right? If you're a scientist and you only think about things in terms of research and studies, and you don't think about things in terms of running an operation, um, that's going to get in the way. And so a lot of scientists just don't have the personality for that. Even if they have good people skills, I mean, there are scientists who are charmers for certain, but they may not have the sense of like what work means in terms of not being a scientist. They may not be able to see to do anything other than that. And so that's the thing I noticed. And that was actually something I noticed with the most recent quantum computing company I covered. It was called D-Wave, the one doing annealing quantum computing. Um, it was amazing to me that they actually have a product they can sell for commercial productive use, and yet they are not cash flow positive out of all the quantum computing companies out there. They're also very capital light. The other quantum computing companies I looked at have their own foundries to produce chips, like for quantum computing chips. Those are capital intensive, so I expect those to be cash flow negative for some time. But this one, they have the biggest quantum computer in the world. It's already built. There's no additional capital really being put into it. They just got to run it. They let customers access it through a cloud service to do their optimization problems. It's a sales problem. Basically, it's reliable. There are not performance issues even during periods of high demand. They're not having issues in the function of their quantum computer. It's like a 99.9% reliability thing. So that means there's a lot of capacity to continue using their computer and selling the cloud service to folks. They're either not pricing well enough or they don't have enough volume, and it's a sales process. And there's a part of me thinking, like, how can they not sell this if it's so good and it's so effective? Is it that the price they're offering is only an advantage, like the quantum computer is only an advantage to traditional computers at that price, and if they price higher, traditional computers will start to still be better value for the commercial productive use? Or is it that the people who've been running the company all this time, because it's like 20 years old, just can't think of like, oh, we need to make a sales team. They finally need to think about sales, and they just don't know how to do that psychologically.
Why couldn't they figure it out?
Because it's the personality types. It's they're
So
intelligent.
there's like, okay, wait, let me track this.
I don't know this.
There
But I'm speculating this is a likely cause.
there are things about our personality that limit our ability to think.
Yes, that's the whole point of a personality. Your
That's not the
personality.
point of it. This wait, hang on. This is a whole new model of personality to me. I didn't realize the entire point of a personality was to condition our thinking.
Well,
Do
that's
stupid people not have personalities? That
what I'm saying is, when I say the point of personality, I mean the point of us calling it,
oh,
right? So the fact that we say this person has a different personality than someone else, we're really talking about differences in the way that they think about things, right? People have different
I don't
personalities.
think so. I don't think personality is reduced to how someone thinks about something.
How would
I
it
don't
not
even think
be?
the Big Five would support that
How,
definition
how,
of personality.
how would that not be?
Because I think personality encompasses many, many other traits and aspects than just how someone thinks about something.
I think it has a lot to do with how they think about things, right? Not necessarily what they think,
Unless
but how
unless
they
you're
think.
using the phrase "how someone thinks about something" to include way more than I'm using, like, than I'm hearing in it when you say it.
I mean, I wonder if that's where um it's getting.
Like thinking is
Uh,
such a small part of the wholeness of what humans do, and so to reduce everything to how someone thinks about something. It's also how they feel about something, how they react to things, their values, what's important to them, um,
those
the
are all things that
stories
happen.
that drive who they are.
Those are all things that happen in your thoughts.
That's
All
what
of
I'm
that.
saying. You're using thought to encompass way more than I would. I thought to me is something very specific within this larger constellation of all those other things I named, and you're subsuming all of that under thought. So you're using thought in the sense of general mental activity, like mental activity in
Yeah,
general. And I'm
yeah.
not. Thought to me is a very specific, directed activity.
So when you say thought, it's like when you specific. So if I specifically say, "Let me think about that, Jeff," then that's thought. But if I'm just kind of going, that's not thought.
I mean, thought's probably involved, but I think there's more to personality and to what humans experience of everyday life and to cognition than just thought. So, and even personality is just a term we're using for a cluster of
Right.
traits that we observe and
Wh-
identify.
we're
and
we're we're, esse-
categorize.
we're effectively summarizing many parallel functions of the brain.
Right. So this we're in semantics, right? This whole conversation is going to come down to semantics.
And thoughts themselves are parallel. We have different parts of our brain thinking different things, right? There's the part of our brain that tells us to eat the candy, and then there's the part of our brain telling us, no, we've eaten too much candy today. We need to have some self control.
Right. But I wouldn't I think personality is more than just that. Just the dialogue that we have with ourselves in our head. Even
Yeah.
even if you look at the humor theory of person, which was like a primitive form of personality theory, you have anger, melancholy, joy as certain temperaments or personalities that to me are not related to any particular way of thinking. Because I could see any of those types thinking in many different ways that would overlap between them.
hmm Yeah, and there are some of the like scientist business leaders who can start who can start to learn to think about selling and not just doing research and organizing studies with their employees. Um, but a lot of them are going to have trouble doing that, and even the ones that can do it will still have challenges. And some of them might find it easier just to bring on new members of the executive team that can plug those skill gaps rather than just try to
Yeah.
teach somebody something. Especially, it's probably late in their life, right? Like if they've been in the development phase for 10 to 20 years, this person's just been a professional scientist for most of their adult life. And now it's like, oh, suddenly become a great salesman to make sure we become cash flow positive before we reach insolvency or something. Um,
Because
yeah,
salesmanship to me is a skill set in addition to just it's more than just mindset. It's more than just thinking how to sell and about sales. There's a whole other set of talents that go with that.
Oh, I agree, and I saw that from my own time working in sales and seeing how my coworkers responded to it, and it wasn't just like simple as, oh, I'm good at sales. Sales is this, but you had to think of it as like you had to identify the different components of what your company's sales process is like and learn how to maximize the components that help you and minimize the ones that hurt you. And I imagine that there are some of those components that are common to any business, any sales process, and then there are some that are more specific to certain products or industries.
To me, and not being a salesman at all, to me, sales is just talking to people and
Yeah.
listening to their needs and helping them solve problems or meet those needs.
Well, what you're describing is called the consultative sales process, which is most sales processes today.
Uh,
Um, but there are sales strategies that are more trying to entice you or persuade you or even pressure you into buying. Like so, for example, the timeshare people are known for what's called a high pressure sales tactics. I agree that some salesmen definitely have a thing, like they just naturally like this is a thing that's been said about Donald Trump is that he's a natural salesman. He is very good at identifying what a person's emotional vulnerabilities are, so that he can leverage it into, whatever point he wants to make to make the sale. Um, and so you see this, for example, when he talks about immigration in China and stuff about like China and Mexico. I think I've heard him say in many of his speeches over the years is they are laughing at us, right? And so it's like, why do we need to, secure our borders and have better trade policies? Because they're laughing at us, right? And do you want to be laughed at? And a lot of people will be like, oh, I don't want to be laughed at. And they hear that they're being laughed at and go, oh, we need to do something about that. So, so he's speaking to a class of voter that feels like they have been humiliated, and saying that they're being laughed at gets a response out of them. And if he didn't get that response out of voters that helps him, he wouldn't say it.
so he knows his base, like he knows
Yes.
he knows their psychology and how to exploit emotional needs.
Hmm. Exactly. And there's a good video I saw by the breakdancing dad, Ben Hart, who talked about
Oh, him.
how Trump
Let me
won.
look him up. Is he
Y-
white?
Yes.
Oh,
He took up breakdancing in his old age, like in his like started in his like 40s or 50s.
he's
He got
probably
he got he went viral in the spring because his daughter, who's a pretty prominent TikToker, made a TikTok complaining about him, and so he got like a bunch of hateful comments and messages on
Is he
social
a
media.
bald-headed man with
Yes,
glasses?
yes.
Okay, he's probably the last break dancer
And so he
alive.
made a response video giving his side of the story, and his was very calm and well explained, and basically proved her wrong. And then he just started making YouTube content regularly after that because some people were more interested in a lot of his other
Oh my
stuff.
God, they still have breakdancing competitions.
Well, they got into the Olympics this time, and um he even did a review of the breakdancing in the Olympics. He doesn't talk about breakdancing as much since the initial thing, but yeah, he's even filmed himself breakdancing and put it into his videos. Like he'll get on his head and like spin on the floor. So yeah, as much as an old
Wow,
man
good
can,
for
it's pretty.
him. That's inspiring.
Yeah. So he likes breakdancing. He does it to stay active. And he talked about like things Trump did in the debates, where basically he uses good marketing and sales tactics to win people over. And um, he quoted like one of the 2016 Republican primary debates where they were talking about Bush's record in the war on terror, and he's talking with Jeb back when Jeb was still in the race. And this is while Obama is been president almost 8 full years now, and it's been a long time since George W. Bush. But Jeb's like, my brother kept us safe. There were not any more attacks after 9/11. And Trump says, I don't feel safe. Do you feel safe? And
I feel more or less safe. But
but
Trump is
he
trying to play on the people that may not feel
right,
safe. He's trying to
right.
push that button.
People who feel like they may not be safe don't want to hear Jeb saying, "Oh, we were safe." Trump's like, I was like, I don't feel safe.
Fear,
Do you feel safe? And then
status, like
and then people listening,
humiliation or making
yeah,
people feel higher in
people listening go, yeah,
status.
I don't feel safe. And this is the thing. This is the thing. Um, people don't get is a lot of people have come after Trump and Trump supporters. Woke got even woker under Trump because they look at like they saw Trump and MAGA as Hitler and the Nazis, and the lesson they took from history classes was that, oh, the Nazis succeeded because people did not condemn them fast enough and come down on them fast enough. People didn't. They just went along with it until suddenly, 11 million people were murdered in concentration camps, and that's not what happened. That's not why it happened. The Nazis were successful not because people refused to condemn them, because only the Nazis were willing to speak to the issues that were concerning millions of Germans with boldness and ambition.
So they
And
won over the people.
exactly, they basically spoke to the anxieties of the people in a democracy, and they won in a democracy. And then when they had power, they got rid of the democracy, but they did it by winning democratically first.
And
And
that's
what
what they're scared is going to happen here.
right, and the thing they needed to learn was you don't just bully people who are responding to leaders, who are listening to their concerns. Um, you do that by being a better alternative than the Nazis. And so a lot of what Trump does is, um, I think the Nazi movement was a populist movement, right? There's good populism, there's bad populism. Trump is not a Nazi, but he's definitely he's sort of a hard right type of populism, right? With certain
I don't think he's
um,
that hard, right? I mean, he used to be a Democrat.
I'm talking hard like tough, like strongman
Oh, okay,
leadership.
tough, right?
Um, and like in a way that is certainly you could see why someone might do a double take and think they might be saying some sort of something that will lead to fascism in America, right? And if people are
I don't
worried,
see that, but other people apparently do.
I
I
can
don't
see
see
why.
why they think that. To
I
me, it's
can
poor pattern matching. They look at Nazi Germany and they look at America and they see an identical, exact same thing. They have no
I can see
sense of
why.
context, nuance, difference.
I can see why people would look at it and find it a convincing thing, but I don't think it is correct to say that Trump is a fascist or a Nazi, right? But if they feel like still he's too similar and it gets this too,
Feel like there you hit it.
yeah,
It's an
yeah.
emotional
The response to that has
identification they're making.
of coming down on Trump supporters and MAGA has not been effective. And from a sales point of view, it has not been effective by bullying them, right? The none of the Democrats really had any sales point. They weren't saying, "Hey, here's what's hurting you. Here's what I'm going to do about it." They don't speak to it. They don't use visuals to help. And that's another thing too. Is Trump uses a lot of visuals. Like you have to help people see things in their mind. One
And the
thing that
fist.
one of my colleagues at the law firm noted during a company meeting, like praising my work, is that I use storytelling to explain our service to clients so that they would feel better about buying. And it was something he noticed that really no other legal assistant does. But I would sort of say, you know, well, so our attorney walks into the court, they say to this to the court says this, and I would just sort of, I would use narrative examples to illustrate the way our service works to them, rather than because one of our legal assistants would just they'd be so stiff, they'd be like, oh well, the attorney can do this, or you'll get this by email, and they'll just do these very like they're not explaining the meat and
That's how they are
bones
here too. I hate
of it, and they're
that
like afraid
style.
to just they're afraid to speak like just matter of factly about what our service entails. They're afraid that anything they say that's off script is going to be illegal legal advice from a non-attorney, and that's just not it's just not how that works. Uh, but they're just kind of these keep your head down, run out the clock type of people. And that's why they weren't as good as salesmen. Whereas me, I was thinking, okay, I know what is legal advice. It's basically saying, here's what happens in your case and what you should do, right? Or here's what this means. Um, Describing the service and using examples to describe how that service works is not giving legal advice, right? It's just, in theory, we could do this for a client kind of thing. So this is what our attorney would do for you in that case. And Trump does that a lot too. Like he'll use visual examples um he would call Joe Sleepy Joe. So you imagine not only Joe Biden, but you imagine him looking sleepy, right? Like struggling to stay awake as he often looks. And he even said in the debate to Harris, go to the White House, go wake him up, right? And people now are imagining a scene in their head in which she goes to the White House, wakes Joe up because he's not the real president, right? He's just the figurehead, and then she tells him what to do so something can happen, right? He uses these very visual examples, and these are the things salesmen need to do. Is they not only need to identify what you care about and speak to it, but then they need to explain it in a way that you can see it in your own mind very easily, and you're not struggling, right? Uh, and I could do that at my job, and that's why um, I was the top grossing salesman because I just thought, well, you got to do it like that. I did not become like that immediately, but I figured it out. And a lot of people just aren't willing to figure it out because it's something about their personality. Like I don't feel like I had any special secrets. I was just
That's
willing
a
to.
claim I'm not fully convinced of yet. That I would have to explore more. I can't just write it off to personality without understanding exactly what part of the personality, what about the personality, how does it impact the ability to sell, what
Well,
is the exact process by which personality influences salesmanship, what's the relationship between the etc. So just waving it as personality is not convincing enough to me.
I'll put it this way. So I came into that job with no like experience as a legal assistant or working at a law firm. Really no background in law. Many of the other legal assistants there were pre-law students or even currently in law school, um, and had been there a while. Some of them, um, and so I was basically trained on the same stuff they were trained to do. I had the same information, so the same attorney approved materials as well as access to the same attorneys if I had questions. The difference was is that I was much more willing to ask questions, and I thought carefully about which questions I asked, like what information I needed to get. I had more of that problem solving mentality to it, and I would regularly pick the brain of attorneys. If I, felt I need to, I would look back on a call. I would think, okay, this call did not go well. Why didn't it go well? What were like the main one or two things that caused it not to go well? What were the underlying things that if I like, what could I have said or what could I have known that I could then mention that would have made it go well, right? And I said, okay, I need to figure this out, and I need to see if this is something that is recurring, right? Like, am I going to run into this in another call? If I had run into it in another call, I'd always think about like, what is something about this call that is learnable for future calls? And a lot of people don't do that.
Yeah, that just sounds like general intelligence and curiosity, and which I guess could be a personality trait.
Yeah. So like, I don't think people, if we assume, like, let's go with Dagmar's framing that like, maybe people feel more stupid because I am smarter. I don't think it was something that they're not intelligent enough to do.
You'd be surprised though, because people that are at our end of the curve, it's hard for us to estimate the gap between us and other people. So the assumptions we make about people more in the middle of the curve are not always. I run into that all the time. I think people are. It's so basic to me. I think that any person could do the same thing, and I
Well,
don't
I
understand
think
just how difficult or unmotivated they are to do that kind of stuff.
I think the biggest mental block for the legal assistants would be that when the call went poorly, they would go, "Man, that guy was an asshole. I can't believe I wasted five." They would just be
He
thinking it
probably
from
was.
they absolutely are assholes. But then I would think, okay, knowing that we're inevitably going to get some assholes on the phone, how many people who need lawyers are going to be nice people? Um, you know, how do I make the sale? Because we have to represent the assholes in court too. That's a sales opportunity. If they're too much of an asshole that they become unworkable, we don't want their business. But inevitably, we're
Right, you
gonna.
had the intelligence to think through all of that. You had the intelligence to hold multiple ideas in your mind in relation to each other. You had the curiosity to explore further why certain things. They don't have that. It stops before it even gets to the point that you start that process.
So here's the thing. So I just want to see what you think about this, Jeff. So what I just explained, right? Like my thought process, sort of understanding, we still have to do business with assholes. I could say that to them, and I think they would understand that, and they would go, "Yeah, that's true. We do have to do business with assholes," and they would not know. There would be no mystery in
They
their
would
mind about what
understand
to
it,
do.
but I don't know that they would internalize it or that they would start to develop an entire cognitive process around it.
So is that an intelligence thing?
I think
Uh,
it's mostly an intelligence thing.
Interesting. But
Yeah, I think it's the giftedness. Like people that are gifted, it's hard. It's very hard sometimes for some of us to be aware of just what being gifted means in relation to the non-gifted, and just how the differences between us and the non-gifted people. Like I was the only gifted person in my family, so I grew up with normies more or less, so I could see the difference. It was very clear to me. But people that are not, and even then I underestimate it. But people that are used to being smart don't. I'm telling you, I call it the gap. It gets me. It defeats me every single time. I think the gap is this big, and it's this big. It's like Atlantic Ocean wide. And to me, it looks like just a little stream or river that they could easily cross.
Yeah, because like for me, what's interesting to me, it's like I feel like to say that I'm intelligent would require me to see things that are invisible to them, right? Almost like it's as if I had like I could see other spectra of light.
Well, I
And
mean, in a way, it's like that. Just like engineers can see the mathematical relationships between the physical objects that we interact with that the rest of us don't normally, like, can't
yeah,
really
but
see. It's not that it's invisible, but it's that your mind has a way of organizing it in your brain in a way that you can see relationships that ordinary people that don't take the time or effort to do that are not going to be able to quote unquote perceive.
well, now
It's more like be aware of.
is that an intelligent thing or an emotion thing? Because if someone
I
yells
think
at
they're
you,
related, but I'd call it an intelligence thing. That's some of that's the kind of stuff that IQ tests measure.
yeah, because sometimes people are like yelling at them in the phone, and people panic and freak out and they get offended. Like, how could he yell at me? What a rude person. I mean, I'm just thinking like, it really doesn't matter if they yell at me. What matters is,
But some
what the
people like
job
it's
is.
just a normal emotional reaction to being yelled at. They find it unpleasant. Like even
Mhm.
intelligent people, I think, could flinch when somebody's yelling at them. But you can tell them that yes, we have to do business with assholes, and they could acknowledge that. Like they'd probably agree, yes. But I don't think that's going to alter anything about their mental process. So just because you can tell them that, or they can acknowledge it, don't assume that they're going to start thinking a certain way as a result,
I don't necessarily expect that people would change immediately upon that, but I am
or
saying
at
like
all.
at a bare minimum, um, right. So like when I say immediately, like I don't think, oh, I understand this now. I'm going to do it starting my next call or starting tomorrow when I clock in. If they do change, it could be a year from now, right? Um,
That enough. That piece of information alone is probably not enough to get most people to change anything at all. Their processes are very rudimentary, and they're locked in. They just coast on their existing process, and that one piece of information is not going to
so I guess it
add to
depends
that.
on what is meant by intelligence, especially if we're talking about intelligence as it specifically exists in human beings. Because to me, it was always what I want this to be better. So I'm going to ask the questions I need to ask to figure out how to be better at this. And I just did not sense that they were doing that a lot. They were just
No, they probably
trying.
weren't.
They were just trying to get through calls. They did not care about being better. They just looked at it as a annoying experience, and that some of them I think have this perception of that of what should and shouldn't be. Well, the client should just be better, or the potential client should just be better. I'm not the one in the wrong here. Whereas I would look at it and think, whatever a person should or should not do, what result do I want? I want more sales, and I want just as many sales as we can get without taking on actual problem clients. How do I maximize myself, but still have the right filters, right? Like what are the things I need to look for?
Oh, there
And
were
to me,
certain clients that y'all didn't want.
I mean, if they're going to be calling every 15 minutes to complain about something and fight us on something, they will waste more time than they make us revenue,
Oh,
right?
okay.
So we if you can figure out who they are or are likely to be, so that you don't sign them up in the first place. So if someone's like impossibly crazy on the phone in the very first call, yeah, okay, don't take them on. Um, if someone's just flustered because they have a ticket and they're mad about it, that's a bit different, right? They might only be flustered. They might be calling you the day that it happened and they're still angry, right? They have adrenaline in their blood from the experience of being pulled over. But over the next like couple of months, because their court date is usually about a month later, might get it continued one time. Um, they might be well behaved because they won't have adrenaline in their blood anymore. And so a lot of people will hear,
Hang on. Being angry because you got a ticket is not necessarily being badly behaved. That's anger. Anger is not a behavior thing. That's a
they
perfectly normal
they
reaction.
when they are angry, and again, this is often just the day that it happened. They are very mean people to us on the phone. I'm not saying, oh, they're just angry, therefore I thought they were mean. They are like, they're like paranoid, like don't trust anybody. They're interrupting you. They're not believing you.
Yeah,
Interpreting.
that's
They're
normal.
interpreting what you say in the most negative way possible, like a pathologically negative person. And then maybe that they will not be like that on the latter
Okay,
half of
I
our
guess it's
relationship
calling
with
it
them, right?
behavior that
Right?
gave me pause because a lot of what you just described I wouldn't call behavior. The yelling at you part might be behavior. Behavior is an action.
Right. So it isn't just yelling, but it's all these things where it's like they are clearly um this person in an excited state
Uh huh.
because they just went through something that provoked them,
Yeah, it sounds
and
normal.
you're the first person they're talking to, and it's not like you're their spouse or something and they know you and care about you and respect you. You're just some stranger on the phone while they're in this provoked, excited state, right? And so they're often not nice or polite to us. But we have to like sort of think about how do we handle that conversation so that we can. And the thing is, like, I had to really get good at sort of detecting what people respond to well, because it's very easy to fumble that type of conversation. You have to be, hyper attentive and sensitive and willing to look for those things in people. And that's sort of the stuff I began to notice, like, about looking back about why Donald Trump was successful. Other folks, I would just see he would speak to things. People will often tell you exactly what they're worried about or what they want, and you can connect what you do to their solution. If you just pay attention and then figure out how to explain it. And if it doesn't work the first way, because here's what they would try to explain it, and maybe it's just not a way that will visualize it in that person's mind well, that they now get it and they're at ease. Oh, okay, I have a solution. I can relax. Right. And so then they get upset. They're like, what? How's that going to help me? I thought I was calling to get right. And then the legal assistant hears that response and they go, oh, why are people so difficult? They don't think I need to change the way I explain this. They just get upset that it's a difficult phone call and it's just not an easy sale. Not all of them are going to be easy sales. Some of them are fantastically easy. I love those calls. But here's the thing. I also really like the ones where they're difficult, but I expertly step, like I'm just moving through the dance floor and I've got everything right and I just guide them right into a close and it's great. Those are fun too, in a different way. Even though they're kind of stressful, it's just when you've got it and you could just point around and the world changes based on how you point. That's just a great way to feel. If any of you in chat have ever been good at your job and it feels like that, you know what I'm talking about. And I don't just mean, yeah, you show up and the boss appreciates you, but you are fucking good at your job.
That's usually me at all my jobs. That's my norm. That's like I don't know any other way to work.
Come on, chat. Tell me if you're good at your job or not, or if you've been good at a job
Or
before.
if you have
Maybe.
jobs. How many of you have jobs?
Yeah, you lazy fucks. Oh, this is why they're not talking. They're like, what? Is that a cool enough show for you?
Oh, it's just the beginning. It's just the barest hint of Cool Joe. We got what, a microsecond of it?
They're silent. They're like, oh, Joe called me out. I'm ashamed.
I don't know. I don't know if this audience feels shame.
No.
Well, we may not get a panel. It's been very slow lately. I put it down to the holidays. I've
Probably people still on their trips.
Yeah, I think so. It's happening all over social media, and I'm hearing it from other people as well. I think it's just this time of year.
Yeah, people look at their phone. They're like, Jeff is streaming. Jesus Christ, take a break, man. It's Christmas. It's New
Well, I am
Year's.
taking a break tomorrow. I'll probably start taking Sundays off in general. So if I show up tomorrow, it will be unplanned and spontaneous, but plan for me to not be here. And then Monday, I'll do a regular show. Tuesday is New Year's Eve. So we'll do the New Year's Eve stream, and it will also be Amnesty Day, where I will start releasing some people from hell.
Yeah. I think what's interesting though, like thinking about all the stuff we've talked about, is this is one of the reasons why it is very tricky to explain, for example, some of the stuff with stocks. Like, and clearly most people who've listened to the panels where I've talked at length about it are just not getting it.
Some of them are probably not interested in it. It's very dry
Yeah.
and abstract. Like, I
And
get it, I understand it, I just don't have the interest for it to stay in
well,
my brain to do
even
anything
like
with.
even the stuff itself is some of the most abstract, and like take the law firm where I worked, right? Most people have an idea of a courtroom. There are lots of TV shows, exciting TV shows about what happens in a courtroom, right? So you
Yeah.
can always draw on that, and if you're smart, you will know how to draw on that in a way that you're not making shit up. that's just on TV, right?
I watched enough Judge Judy to know how to act in a courtroom.
And um, it's very difficult to just pull from that sort of that cultural awareness, because not a cultural awareness of stocks and investing like there is with Law and Order. Um, I didn't necessarily mean the TV show, but the TV show Law and Order probably contributes a great deal to that. Um, and so you get really to have an ideal sales pitch. Like if I'm going to sell just the idea, whether or not I'm actually collecting revenue from it, but just getting people to be like, oh, I see what Joe's saying, and this is why I now like it. That is something that I need to figure out more. And it could be
I
the
still
case.
say the big, and Nathan kind of said this too, the biggest issue is there's, if it doesn't have any practical relevance to our life, it's going to get deprioritized. It's hard to be interested in something that you can't tie directly to your experience.
Uh,
I
yeah.
think a lot of us just we're not in a position to have any to acquire any real practical experience because we don't have the capital to start playing around with the investment. It's going to mean more to people that already have the money to do the investing with.
And I think there's also the thing where yeah, it's difficult to connect the dots for if you don't have it, how to think about it so that you can get there because it's still helpful with that stuff. But
But
I don't think
that's the
that
claim you
case is
made, and
being
we, in
made.
fact we tried to do a stream one day talking about that, and we still didn't get anywhere because you were saying that even if you don't have anything to invest, the skills you acquire from learning how investing works will help you to acquire that. You can apply them to acquiring the money to invest, and that connection was never really made clear to
Mhm.
me.
Yeah,
Like
and
some of it, there were a few skills I think we might have pulled out that could help you to get a job or to learn.
mhm,
Oh, it was something like learning which opportunities are to take the risk on or not. But that's not the practical advice people need. Usually, acquiring money means getting a job, starting a business, entrepreneurship, figuring out some product or service that you can monetize, and the connection between how investing works and how to start a business or how to get a job is I think it's either a very thin one or it's not one that's getting communicated vividly enough for people for the light bulb to go off and say, oh, besides, I think if people are trying to get a job or start a business, whatever skill set investing can provide, if they're going to want to hear it in the form of how to get a job or start a business. They're not going to want to go through the step of, oh, let me take this investing skill set and figure out how to translate it into this stuff. They're just going to go seek out people that can speak directly to their experience of trying to get a job or start a business. So
mhm.
even if some of the skill sets overlap, if it's not in the language of getting a job or starting a business, it's not going to mean as much. It's like getting it third hand when they would much prefer to get it directly.
Right. And so Jeff. I'm basically agreeing with you completely. I'm not disputing you. Okay. What I am saying is that right, like that is the tricky part I'm finding. Um, which is that I think that there's room for it, but it's not being connected. The dots are not being connected, and even I um am having trouble taking something that is significantly more abstract than like being in court.
It's only abstract to people that don't have money. People that have money to invest, it's less abstract because they can tie it to practical experience in investing.
Even then, it's kind of abstract.
But
I'm gonna
less
say.
so for people that are not even at that stage. It's like trying to describe a board game that most of
I,
us are not even going to play.
and I think another thing too is I've even noticed Nathan, even though I've told him otherwise many times, that he thinks that when I talk about this, I'm talking about like being a day trader basically, and I'm
Well,
not
you
talking about
did
that.
you've thrown the $10,000 figure several times, and that does connote a certain type of person that most of us are not. And like the average waiter or bartender is not going to be the person with $10,000 sitting around waiting to invest, and so it does tend to connote a certain class of person.
Right, and then they think you take the $10,000 and then you do trades regularly, and you net like 1K, 2K, 3K with that 10K capital base every time you do a trade, and they think I'm talking about that, and that's another thing where What
I
with
don't think you're talking about that because you've made
I,
it clear you're not. It's not
I've
trading you're
noticed
talking about.
I've noticed other people though do.
But just the
Um,
$10,000 minimum alone, I know you're not talking to me.
so the only reason I've said 10,000 is because um, that I know is probably about as much as most people would need as like an emergency cash reserve, right? Like a rainy day fund. Um,
10,000?
yeah,
Damn. Like I'd be lucky if I have 1,000 rainy day fund. Like if there were investing tips for people with maybe a few extra hundred, and here's what you can do if you are working class, you work at the fry station at McDonald's, and you found yourself coming into a few extra hundred. Here's some practical investing things you could do with that hundred. But your thing seems designed for people that deal in thousands and 10,000s, and
I mean,
that's nobody that I really know.
most people. I mean, really, you could do $20
Yeah,
if we want
but
to be
your
simple.
investing tips have not talked about $20. They've talked about like every
You
time
have
you
to.
brought it up, you talk. What is it? The what do you call the thing before you actually invested? The money market thing. You're
Yeah,
like like I wouldn't start investing till you have like a $10,000 cushion that you can put into a money market. You haven't talked about things you can do with $20.
yeah, but Jeff, the thing is, like, so people know. I think most people have ever looked at anything with like a stock quote or just they've ever been channel flipping and they saw it. They've seen like there are stocks that are like $20 a share or something. Um, so you could technically invest in stocks and be an investor. Um, with just some extra cash around. Um, the reason why I say like uh it doesn't necessarily like people don't necessarily have to do anything with it right away is just because it'd just be $20 in a single share. And they'd probably be stressing themselves out more, focusing on that single share they bought than really anything else.
Why would that be the case? Like why would they
Uh,
stress themselves over $20 but stress themselves less over $10,000?
because people stress themselves out over stocks. Um, and it would be for the amount of stress that is warranted for $20. Um, if you're going to be worried about what's going on and feel like you need to keep up and do the homework with that, um, you should at least have some more skin in the game so that um, you're doing something like that. Plus, um, the first step to having um, enough like the first step to investing in stocks is you want to make sure you have enough cash that you're not worried if the stock market fluctuates wildly, because it will fluctuate wildly because the market's always changing its mind about the long-term values of the stocks. Um, and so, if that is basically your savings and it's all in stocks, then yeah, you're going to be extremely stressed then. Um, but that's the thing. It's there's like a lot of these things where um, that would that need to be made clear and that people would need to be willing to do that. I'm guessing that I don't know if it's that it's not being communicated or just people are like oh, that's just not going to happen, or I know I'm not going to do that kind of thing. You know, depending on who's listening. But those are the things I'm noticing. Whereas like with working at the law firm, you had very similar citations, and there were usually like 5 or 6 basic types of reactions people would have to citations. And once you noticed what they all were, you could just sort of figure out how you needed um, to deal with that person and explain things in a way that they would understand. That would almost always work. And it's not quite as standard with that with stocks and investing because again, it is much more abstract, right? Because like the policeman pulling them over isn't abstract. Appearing in court isn't abstract. A lawyer in a suit at the courthouse is not abstract.
Well, $20 is pretty concrete, and $10,000 is pretty concrete. So money is concrete enough, I think, for people to relate to. But your stock so far, for what I'm gathered from your stock advice and information, is it's only practical at a certain amount of money. So it
So
shuts
they
out, like, if because you just wrote off people that have $20 that might want to invest. You're
okay.
like, they're going to be too stressed. That's not, like, they're not my audience.
The
Those,
stock
you
picking,
made a
stock
claim about their psychology based on the fact that they're only starting with $20.
the stock picking specifically, not the investing only, but the stock picking specifically, which is just one form of investing. Um, right? And so, you can look at the stock picking as like a pyramid, and that's like at the top of the pyramid. There are other things you can do on the way up, like building up your cash.
Yeah,
And
we'll talk about those, because it seems like your advice starts higher up in the pyramid than where most people at. Like, because most of us are at the getting the cash part, and your tips start once you have the cash way higher up the pyramid and are ready to pick the stocks. And you're telling people, if you have $20 or $100, it's not worth picking stocks because it's going to be too stressful.
right, because those are folks that are still getting there, and they should just focus on achieving, I think simple goals at first, which is just,
But then
get good
you're
at what you
also
do.
wanting to, like, you're also saying, but the what you learned from picking stocks, even though you're not that level, you could apply to the goals that you currently have at your level of the pyramid. But then you don't connect the two. You don't tell us how to apply it to our
So
goals that are not stock picked related.
not the picking of stocks, but simply because here's the thing about companies that have stocks, right? Because they're called publicly traded, and it's because the information about them is publicly available. So a privately owned business, you cannot go and find information about them, about how they work, because they're not required to show that to the public, right? McDonald's is required to tell you how they work to the public. Starbucks is, Microsoft is,
Okay, so what can
right?
somebody looking for a job or trying to build their capital learn from studying how McDonald's works? That's what you need to connect to us.
All right. So, and this could be helpful for their own business, right? McDonald's executives will talk about, um, let's say, gross margins were down, right? Gross margin is basically revenue minus the cost of your inventory and other things like that. Um, right. So, like, um, if revenue is what you get from all the burgers and fries you sell, right? Gross profit would be revenue minus how much all the beef and the potatoes and
How
the
does
greens
knowing that
cost.
help me find a job?
Well, I was connecting it to one example. So people who do their own businesses, right, or want to start their own businesses, um, they can hear things that affect McDonald's revenues. They can look at a different company that's not even fast food, looks what it affects their margins, right? And they can notice, oh, these are a lot of things different types of businesses have to deal with that affects their margins. I should think about that for my business, right? And then again, we're talking then about people who want to start their own business. Um, when you look at when businesses have to cut their budgets, and you listen to a different bunch of different companies, and you listen to like what kind of cuts they're making, why they're making them, what kind of staff they keep or not, how they make those decisions, and they will talk about this at length sometimes. You notice that there are certain types of features in employees they look for a lot. Um, and so uh, it could be like thing you might notice is they often, even when they're trying to be tight with their budget, sometimes they will actively grow their sales team because people on the sales team bring money in. And so it's a much better argument not only that you should keep your job, but that you should be hired if you can either bring money in or show that you are very important to bringing money in, even if you're not technically on the sales team. It's a term being called close to revenue. Um, Now, when I worked at the law firm, and this was even a little bit before I got into the investing, but I worked there for a month. But almost a month to the day after I got hired, the pandemic hit the U.S. and everything went on lockdown. You remember March 2020, when everything suddenly took a 180
March
turn.
23rd here in Seattle.
Yeah. Um, when that happened, I said, okay, this is a small business, and there's a very good chance that they will have to, because I was just hired with like a batch of people. There's a very good chance that they will have to cut people, and they are probably going to cut people that they just hired because they're not as experienced, and they're going to make more mistakes and bring in less money if they have to. So you need to make the case that you're not one of those people that needs to be cut. And um, I looked at in the way the sales were tracked. They actually had the whole team's sales numbers on a big spreadsheet that everyone could view, and you could actually see what your gross sales were for the whole month. And I said, okay, there's a first to sixth place. You get a little bonus if you, depending on how you rank. I said, I need to make it the first place, not because I want the biggest bonus, but because if I put myself at the top of that and they're looking to cut payroll and they say, should we get rid of Joe with the other new people? They'll say no, because he made it to the top of sales. That means he didn't just beat all the other new hires. He'd beat everybody else on the team already. And the very first month, like full month I worked, March, I got number one. April came, I got number one again. May came, I got number one again. I made sure I was close to revenue by being the top grossing salesman. And I held that accolade for the next 2 months, next 2 years, each month, with the exception of 2 months where I came in second. All right. And so I looked at it like that. And, the nature of stock picking is, stock prices move up and down a lot. That's the part that usually stresses people out. And you will only usually see changes, like improvements, over a long period of time. And focusing on your portfolio companies and devoting like a regular amount of time is really, you want to have the attention span of someone who has skin in the game when you actually do have skin in the game. But in the meantime, you can still learn a lot about companies. I am constantly learning about companies in which I am not invested, just so that when the right opportunities come, I know to move on them or not. So I'm not buying and selling most of the stocks
But
I
that's not
read
going
about.
to, again, that's not going to have relevance to most people that are not
No,
at
it's
that
not.
top of the pyramid. But you keep saying, but it does. But you can still, the stuff you learn from that, you can still apply to your goals lower down the pyramid. But you keep not connecting the two.
So I did make a connection. I talked about how at my job, right, I connected to how I need to be better at my job and what I need
But
to
what
do
does
to,
it
to
have to
make
do
better
with
more.
stock, with like stock picking and analyzing that's
Because
that's looking at your job, but you're talking about looking at companies you have no stake in. You're not going to invest in them, but you can still analyze them, and the skill that you gain from analyzing them, you can apply to some immediate goal in your
because
own life.
these companies, since they are public and they were required to talk about their successes and failures, when you look at their successes and failures, you will notice, hey, that's something that happens at my job, or this is something that could be done at my job, or like, what if we did what they're doing at this place and we did it at my job, right? What if I recommend this to my boss, right? You will start noticing things like that. You will see the source code in the matrix, since I know you love that example.
Okay, I can kind of see it for people that are trying to start a business. They can study how other businesses are doing things and maybe kind of see how people that are trying to move up in a company can see. But then people that don't have a job at all, is it relevant to people that are not involved in any kind of business? Can they learn how to get a job or learn which companies to match to their skill set by studying random companies that they have no stake in?
Um, I'm not going to say no, but I do think it is less likely, just because there's less things for them to look at and say, hey, this is the opportunity, right? If you don't have anything. But, um, if you look at yourself at a business and you think about, like, what are the things that I bring to the table, right? Like, imagine I'm a business, but the shareholders are somebody else. And I have to think, how do I justify myself to that? What am I going to get going that they'll be happy with what I'm doing? Like, think about it like that. That's because that's what the manager of these companies has to do. If they're not making money now, they have to put out a plan. Is
So the
here's how we're
job
going to make
seeker
money.
is the company, and then the shareholders are the employers or the people that they have to justify themselves to.
Oh, yeah, you could look at it like that, right? But there are a lot of like recurring things in these businesses. Like, a lot of my articles that I write are very similar to each other. because I always get them back to just some very simple things like, is this is this a good idea or a bad idea? And when I say good idea or bad idea, I don't even mean about buying or selling the stock, but I mean like, is the business itself, does it make any fucking sense? And it usually just comes down to very simple things. Either do you make money or are you about to make money? Um, or are you losing money or are you very close to losing money because of something stupid?
So there are ideas that make money, there are ideas that lose money, etc.
Right. Yes. And I think if you only think of yourself as like, I'm a unique individual in the isolated context of my life, and I have a very unique original problem and I can't solve it. The truth is there are millions of people going through similar things, and people apply things they learn from one industry to another all the time and find success because there are a lot of common factors there.
So, like, I could study the game of golf and learn skills that I could apply to. So you could say that about anything, but I think a
Yeah.
lot of people are going to prefer to just directly learn from people in their current situation than some adjacent field that they could abstract skills from and apply.
You may be correct, Jeff. I mean, even if I'm right in a technical sense on some of this, it just could be the case that that's just how people are going to go about it, and there's no point in me even trying with this anymore. And I thought about that. I have thought about that.
I think you definitely bring value for people that are actually trying to pick stocks, but I think that's your audience. I think that the average person that's not at the point of picking stocks yet is not. You're kind of in the Talcott situation. Talcott has this very specific goal and mission, but the people that come to his channel are not the people he needs to be speaking to. He needs to be speaking to political figures, people in advocacy organizations, non-profit people that have the power to make the kind of change he wants. He's trying to
Mm.
mobilize the wrong audience. The people he's speaking to are not the people that have the power to affect anything or make a difference. And so he's very passionate about his goal. He's just delivering it to the wrong audience.
Hmm.
And you
This,
need to find an audience of people that have $10,000 and are looking to pick stocks. Those are the people that what you have to offer is going to
so I have
match
that
with.
audience already, but
Oh,
that audience
alpha.
is on Seeking Alpha. Yeah. So I'm experimenting with what's possible on YouTube, and I'm looking at like where are the brick walls basically.
And I think it is possible with the right audience. Like I'm in the same boat myself. I'm trying to find all the neurodivergent there that have problems that would benefit from what I have to say. That's only a small percentage of what's showing up to the channel. So like there's no magical pool of just my audience out there either. And I don't know. People tell me that on TikTok the algorithm is really good at delivering your specific content to the people that it knows are looking for that content. So that the TikTok algorithm is really good at connecting your investing tips for people that are wanting to know how to pick stocks. But YouTube seems less proficient at connecting what we're offering to our specific audiences.
I'll probably have more success with the Minecraft investing stuff I do when I can start regularly making stuff about that, because that is at least a visual example people can look at.
Yeah, and
Um,
it's gonna overlap with the gaming audience too. That might
yeah,
you might be able to draw in from the gaming side as well.
yeah, but like, I really question if I do bring value on the topic at all to this channel, just because it just seems to bounce off of people's head and they look at me like, what is he even talking about? And then
I think one reason it's not so much bouncing off, but because it lacks relevancy, our brain is not going to retain it as much as something that does. So I think it's more of a relevancy issue than anything else.
oh, that wouldn't surprise
Like
me.
if
That's
you sat
really my
here
life.
and described fly fishing to me, I'm not going fly fishing anytime soon. So whatever information you load me up with, the minute I sign off of the stream, my brain's going to dump it because it doesn't have the relevancy that would motivate my brain to retain it. Or if I describe some board game that I'm really passionate about, but that you have no intention of playing anytime soon, your brain is not going to store that information in the same way it's going to store it about a game that you're excited to play or that you actually own and are looking for other people who play that game.
Mhm. Yeah, and I think yeah, so I'm questioning. how much I should be intentional in bringing it up here going forward. That's as 2025 rolls along and it's a new year. You're like, okay, what would I like to be different about 2025 when I look back on what happened in 2024? Those are some of the things I've thought about.
Do you have the ability to not bring it up? Because it seems like your default passion. It seems like your area of special interest. So it ties into everything that your life
Definitely,
touches.
I could definitely stop talking about it. I mean, other than like, hey Joe, what's going on? What did you do today? Oh, I did this, and then I could just say that I wrote an article, but not go into a whole lot of discussion about it.
You could
I
try.
want
You could try that. I'm skeptical because I think it's your passion, and I think you're going to find yourself now. And I don't want you to not talk about what you're passionate about. That's one thing this space is for. Shelby asked, "Can you start an investment club?"
who would join that club? I mean,
He has a Discord. He did start a Discord kind of for that, but I think he put it on hold.
I
The
have a
people
Discord,
that
but
would join that club are the people that are looking to invest.
yeah, but I don't know who those people are clearly. So that's the thing. It's just I don't think that trying to approach it from any other angle changes the fundamental nature of the problem here. Whether it's a club versus talking about it or whatever on the panel, I don't think that really changes much here because where would the club people come from, right? Like if they're not here,
Wh-
um,
But because this is not a stock-oriented channel, it would be odd if they were, if a lot of them
yeah.
were here. So, but there are. Have you tried participating in channels that are very stock specific, like going in their chat and
So the issue is, and we've even seen this a bit when people do come on the channel and they're like, I want to talk to Joe about stocks. And they almost always talk about it in a way that is absolutely nothing on which I focus. Um, to the point of not being interesting to me. And I think, oh
then
God,
part of it is communicating your specific area of focus. Because I think people are hearing stocks and they're assuming anything related to
yeah.
stocks.
Yeah,
And
that's another
so,
thing too, is in addition to connecting my own dots, right, with them, there's the issue of there are dots that have already been connected long before I showed up that get in the way that I need to unconnect before I can even begin to connect mine. That's another. And sometimes we would have to do that at the law firm, just misconceptions people had about the legal system. But again, it's the same. There's like the same 5 or 6 ones that misconceptions people usually have. Begin to notice them very quickly and know how to detect them and accurately respond and then guide people to the correct understanding. Um, and it's a trickier thing because again, it's a lot of this is more abstract. Because like with the legal stuff, it's just be like you think the court works like this, but it works like this, and then they go, oh, right, and you just begin to notice when they're clearly saying something based off of that misconception, right, and you notice it. Well, Shelby, the people who trust my analyses are again the people on Seeking Alpha. And they read those, and what I have been trying to see is if there's ways to do material talking about investing that isn't specific to the article format of Seeking Alpha, because I actually believe at least I was believing that the uh, the the medium of a video or a stream, which I guess is just live video, um, might actually be more digestible to folks. But there might actually be this ironic way in which it's not, and in fact, um, the article process might in fact be the best one.
Seeking Alpha has a YouTube channel.
So they have like for what Seeking Alpha puts out, they don't have the analysts on there creating videos. The closest thing they have is they have this AI that will narrate your articles once you write them in a way
Oh,
that
that you
sounds
can
like
turn into videos.
well, it's just you can play the narration, and the AI now actually sounds. It's not like this article is recommending a buy by Joseph Parrish. It's the voice actually sounds like a person, because it's gotten advanced enough to do that. And But yeah, I think I'm finding there's that irony there where attempting to do stuff about it. So other than like maybe just dropping a link in your Discord and be like, hey, I'm live streaming, and then whoever wants to show up can. Um, might just be better not to mention it too much if it's not getting it anywhere with folks.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to restrict what you can talk about, but if you want to try it and see if it makes a difference.
Well, I know you're not going to restrict, right? And I know you say, oh, like, don't restrict your passions or whatever. But for my part, I think that's probably just the best way to
I,
approach
I
it.
just I just know my audience, and I'm not sure they're like the majority of them are the audience that it would have any relevance to.
Mhm.
Like if someone came up here and their passion was football and they just want to talk about football scores all day, I wouldn't stop them from doing it either. But I just know most of my audience would not be interested in what they had to say about football scores.
Mhm. See, Sean said the problem is we're out of your league, Joe. Lol.
Yeah, that is kind of some of it. You're talking you're talking to a certain class of people that are have the ability to pick stocks. They have the means to pick the stocks. They're in the game. Most of us are not in the game, or no, are not going to be anytime soon until we hit that $10,000 mark.
Mhm.
But I do think you do have a lot of good things to say about entrepreneurship and the business world in general and jobs and that kind of stuff, but you just tend to focus on the stock side of it. Like if you were able to branch out and talk about other aspects of business and entrepreneurship, it always seems to keep going back to stock.
Well, there's one time when I don't remember who it was right off the bat, but you said something about you that um um if you got a stock question, you could ask Joe or whatever, right? It's sort of like I think the expectation I need to set is that I probably just shouldn't talk about that on the stream because I don't think it's even if it's asked of me, I don't think it really
But
does much
but
service to the panel.
but then well, that's I I would not say that. I don't know
How
what.
how do I comb through misinformation in stocks? When you say misinformation in stocks, I just want to be sure what you have in mind when you say that. Like, is there anything about stocks that's not true? Because then I would just think, wouldn't you just comb through them at the same way? Anything that isn't true, or any misinformation, or are you talking about like something that you think is more specifically common to stocks and not other things?
There are times when stuff like the Federal Reserve rate came up, Nancy Pelosi, stock trading, all that, and you've come on and you've had very topical, relevant things to add to the conversation that wasn't necessarily about stock investing, but
And
but
I
it was.
I hate those.
Well,
I
then
hate those
see, I didn't
topics.
know that until just now. I had no clue because you're so
Well,
good at hiding. You jump in and you seem to passionately engage with the
okay.
topic for
Here's the
for like
thing.
hours sometimes. So I had
Here's
no
the
indication that you hated that the whole time.
here's the thing, Jeff. The first time something like that happens, you think, okay, whatever, it's just one thing, right? But when you start to notice a pattern, like, oh, that's all people are going to bring up, you're like, holy shit, this is all like you mentioned stocks, and people either they play the Federal Reserve card or they play the Nancy Pelosi
Well,
card.
no, no, hang on. I wouldn't call it playing the Federal Reserve card because it was the time in the headlines where the feds were about to decide what to do with the rate, and you even did a stream on it yourself on your channel about the Fed rate. So it wasn't us playing a card; it was an item that was in the news because it was happening on its own. And to
But
say
it's a
that to us to have a conversation about what the Fed's doing is playing some sort of card, I think is unfair to us.
so I feel like he took that a different way than what I was
Well,
saying.
because you called it playing a card when it was a news. It came up in the news because it was happening that day. It was announced that they had
I think
decided to lower
I
the
think
rate 0.5%.
I think people do that even when it's not like something that just happened. I think because you'll have, I think it's what I think that the Fed only has 10 meetings a year where they decide what they're going to do with rates, and so you could have basically a whole calendar month where that doesn't happen. And basically, it's see, so Dear Fire basically pointed out, I only understand printing machine goes burr, right? That is a meme about the Federal Reserve and monetary policy, mostly by people who hate the Federal Reserve. And basically, you bring up investing in financial markets and whatever happened in the news recently with the Fed, their mind instantly goes there. And essentially, it's like a lot of people, and I kind of went into this. I've said this before. It's if people are going to talk about it at length, um, um, it's mostly something where they are unhappy about the system, and it's not so much the what I think is the practical side, right? Like you were talking before about how people cannot see the practicality of what I'm saying. I'm not making that connection for them. Um, that and then with that, right? Like that is like not even I can do anything with that other than sit and be angry at the Fed or Nancy Pelosi. Um,
What I said about the
yeah,
practicality was that outside of the top of the pyramid, that it doesn't have a lot of relevance to other people's practical experience that are not picking stocks. And you said, but the skill set is transferable to other goals outside of picking stock. So the only reason I even brought up practicality is because you kept making the claim that it still
right,
had value to people that are not picking stocks, that it still
exactly,
did have that relevancy.
100%, 100%, Jeff,
So, so
100%.
my claim about the practicality was based on your claim that it had value.
100%, Jeff. I'm not diminishing what you said in any way with what I just said. But what I am saying is they bring that up and like so we talk about how I care about practicality, okay? So knowing that the angle I try with talking about investing is limited on the
Yes.
practicality side just from the communication, right? And then I get exposed to it where it's just a 0% chance of practicality. Like the only thing to do with this conversation is just to sit and be mad at the Fed and Nancy Pelosi. And to me, I just, I think I don't know what to do here. And then, um, and after a while, it's just like, if anyone does want to come on and talk about sex, I think, oh, what are they going to talk about? I'm going to hear about the Fed or Nancy Pelosi, and I can reasonably expect that at this point. And so I have
Well,
sort of developed to a sensitivity to that taste, right?
none of this was known to me, and now that it is, I
Yeah,
won't refer those questions to you anymore at
yeah.
all.
Well, yeah, I wasn't
But
complaining
when I
about that.
did, you came up and you were able to address them in a very intelligent way. So I thought, to me, it looked like a good conversation was
Well,
happening.
another thing
It
that
looked
again,
productive to me.
I am realizing these things. So I don't know when these things first happen that I'm gonna look back and think, Jesus Christ, what the fuck was that?
Oh,
But some of it is like, hey Joe, can you explain this for me? And then I think like they want sort of an idea of like, how would you make practical decisions about this? And then immediately the conversation pivots to like, don't you think this should change or isn't this terrible? It's just it'll one moment it'll be here's what we can do, and the next moment is don't you just hate this? And it's like they want me to commiserate with them. And I thought it was something like I would think I could maybe point to some like actual tools or strategies people can do based on the information.
well,
That
I know I
information.
learned a lot from those. I learned a lot about the Fed and about Nancy Pelosi and the stock situation that I didn't know before. So Um, I wasn't one of those people, but this channel is for people to have all types of conversations, and they're going to come from different backgrounds and perspectives and levels of knowledge and experience. And so I can't guarantee that only very specific conversations will happen with
I
people of a
know,
certain.
I know.
And so when those conversations come up and you're participating, to me it looks like you're just having the normal kind of conversation that this channel is designed to have. And so I have information now that I didn't have before. that will help
Yeah,
me moderate the panel better.
and that's why this whole time I've said maybe I should do this, right? I've never said you should change your channel in this way, Jeff. For me, I've said I need to start either start doing this or stop doing this. And I've thought about everything. Here's what I
Yeah,
am
if
going to
you
do.
don't like the Nancy Pelosi next time they come up, say no. I don't want to. That's not a
Right.
conversation I want to have. But and then we would know. But I couldn't tell from the way you were participating that it wasn't that you weren't like you didn't want to have the kind of conversations that happen on here all the time. That
Well,
this
in the moment, right? I'm not really I don't really know what's going on, but after it unfolds, and I think like what's just happened? That's when I notice this. I'm like, oh, this is what I keep running into.
because you
Uh,
know a lot about these topics way more than I do. So it's a chance to educate. It's a chance to dispel misinformation.
mhm.
Like all and to my eye, it looked like that was all happening.
And maybe in a couple ways that has happened, but I feel like a lot of it is just um when I talk about something, I guess I don't like being involved in conversations where all it does is make people just angry at the world, and then they go to
Well,
bed angry, they wake up
they come
angry.
that way. That's you're not causing or
I
contributing at all. They would be
I
that
I
way either way.
I don't want to be a catalyst though, right? The example I always want to set is, like I just said, here's what I'm gonna do, right? Is that I want more people. I want people to sort of see in my example that here's what I can do version of things. And who was it? Who was it? Who was the last guy we talked to? Was it Tommy? Is that
About
his
the
name?
GameStop stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, Illumitami.
Um. Yeah. So in that case, he was talking about how he thought the financial system was rigged or whatever, and I don't want to put words in his mouth or make it sound worse than he did, but it sort of gave me this like from a oh let's talk about what we can do to this oh woe is me don't you hate the system thing. And I hear that and I'm just like I just don't know what to say to somebody like that. So I'm there and I'm just like you know and I wonder like one I don't know what to say just like to further that conversation because that's just not how I'm thinking about it. And then another thing too is like what can I say that I know he's going to respond to? I don't know, because there were some things about it that I just it didn't make clear sense to me. But yeah, there were definitely things about it where he was just looking at it more from a essentially, I think what his moral and political views are about maybe how the financial system should work, maybe American capitalism broadly. Um, and there's like he wanted to have like this hybrid conversation of that plus what's good for investing. And the thing about investing is, especially if you're talking about what's good for investing, is you have to separate your mind from all that stuff. Um, and just think about like what works, what doesn't. What is a sustainable system over time? What isn't? And uh, not get bogged down by things that are annoying in the news. Yeah, and so I think Deerfire is kind of playing on it. It's like against the system is a popular trope that plays on people's emotions, and that's sort of like a big part of what Trump did. Is like he's against the system, and he talked about people are laughing at us, and I feel like a similar. If you read on, oh, those Wall Street bankers are laughing at us, right? If you have a candidate run on that, that person can get a lot of support on that. If you say that, you can switch out China, Mexico for the Wall Street bankers. Um, I think that would work. Um, and to me, um, I don't think people improve if I just go into this against the system like narrative or whatever. Like, am I really teaching them, or am I just
Well, you don't have to teach or improve. Like all I expect from people is to give their perspective on things, just like everybody else. Like it just like In a liberal democracy, we just all share our. So when you said that's not how I think about it, all you have to do is share how you do think about it. And then people can do with that information what they want. You don't have to have any particular goal or program to make some sort of change in the people. You just
Well, but
share the
again,
way you see
the
things.
thing that has caught me off guard is these conversations have started off like, "Oh, Joe, can you explain this to me, teach it to me, whatever the phrasing is." And I think it's going to be like that, and that is just not how the conversation progresses.
Well, I
Because
know for me it is because when I ask those questions, it's because I know you're very knowledgeable on the subject and you're going to educate me about the topic and
okay,
leave me with something that I didn't know about it before. And that usually does happen with me. I know more
okay,
about the Fed, I know more about Nancy Pelosi and how her stocks work, all of that. So I'm asking it from a perspective of trying to learn from somebody that I consider knowledgeable on the
and
topic.
I will say, Jeff, you also don't pull the conversation in those weird directions like that catch me off guard. I have not had that experience with you specifically,
No, because
but
I'm
just
not a
some,
conspirator about it. But the ones
yeah.
that are, all you have to do is just you don't have to do anything. You give your take on it. They give their conspiracy take, and you don't have to. You can continue giving your take, or you can just not respond to their conspiracy stuff, and the conversation will go somewhere else. But
Okay.
there's no higher expectation than that.
Well, I will say this, Jeff. Maybe instead of just going cold turkey, it's just like if you want to ask me something, since um, the conversation there goes much better. Maybe it's giving it in bits and pieces that you find relevant and practical. Um, then that's the way to do it.
So just answer my questions, and don't have to engage with them. Like if like I'll, if I'm thinking two things. Hey, Brooke, good to see you. Yeah, I think so. He's
Well, it's not just that. So if someone had like if the conversation started out with different expectations being set, like I am being given a different set of expectations that like um it's going to progress in a certain way, and it goes like almost the opposite direction sometimes.
I thought you knew that. That's what conversations on here do.
I figured
There's very low expectations of any of it.
I have figured that out now. So I figured that out now that like when people say, "Oh yeah, I have this question, I want to understand," like I ask them, they could even have no obvious clue of Nancy Pelosi or the Federal Reserve. Like, oh yeah, I want to know what you thought about this stock, right? I should just know that like in like the next like barrel of the gun, right, is the bullet for the Fed and Nancy Pelosi that's going to just chamber up,
Maybe.
and
Yeah, sometimes it's
uh,
and with me it's not even just the people on panel. It's the chat people,
mhm.
it's the viewers out there that I might not be aware. So I'm kind of asking the questions to have the answer aimed at all of those groups.
Interestingly, Sean's I think an example of somebody where he has a very clear thing that he responds to, which is he cares about the environmentalist stuff.
Yeah, we
So
all have that. We all
he hasn't really been talking about that a lot, but he'll ask me some things like that. Um, and the only thing I could think of, or at least to this date I have been able to think of, is um, if he wanted, and this could be easier to do in the United States, at least for now. Trump, I don't know how much the IRS during and after Trump is going to be different, but it's relatively simple to make a nonprofit that can get um, tax exempt status with the IRS. And if you have funds in the nonprofit that you can invest, none of it's taxable. So you get some more flexibility there, and then you could just redirect the profits of that portfolio to whatever cause you want. If you're an environmentalist,
he's in the UK too. So I don't know if
I think he's
that would
allowed.
apply.
I think he's allowed to start something in the U.S. He would just need to
Oh,
figure out how to do that. Um, it's not like I mean, there are business leaders from other countries running things here in America, right? Um, but like that's the closest. And even if that's, I only say that because I don't know what the tax exempt mechanisms are in Europe, for example. But that's something. You know, sometimes when Sean talks about how the world is doomed or whatever, and he just gets into that a bit. I kind of don't know what to say because I just don't know what to say to a person who thinks that we're all going to die in like
Yeah, I don't either.
20 or
I
30
tell him
years.
he's a climate catastrophist, and then
It's similar to like
usually he moves on. There's not much of a loop you can get into
in fact, this is
over
very
that.
similar to like what really threw me about Tommy in particular was like how he's doing the GameStop short squeeze, and he's trying to make money on it, and then but also he's like February it's all going to come down, and then I'm just thinking, why are you even short squeezing or worried about that if you think it's all going to come down anyway? I couldn't
Well,
think like what is the thought
I
process
took
there?
it as he's going to see if their plan worked, or if they're going to counter it somehow with this, like cratering the market, whatever.
I don't know. Maybe I
So
heard him wrong,
either
but
his people are going to win, or the other people are going to rig the market some way to make them to foil their plot, and then he'll know if the market, like how fair or rigged the market is. That's the way I took this February thing.
yeah, and
Like they're
so,
going to
so
make
people,
some big move in February that's going to either thwart the holders or show that the market is not completely captured by these higher up people.
yeah, and then but that's sort of like often what's right behind like the Nancy Pelosi Federal Reserve stuff. Is like, what are you going to do when it all fails, when it all collapses? And like, how do you invest for that? And to me, I would be like, if you really think that's going to happen, there is no way to invest for that. Investing assumes that things will generally be normal in the future. Um, but if you think the world is going to turn upside down, whether even we're talking about what you do in a brokerage account or outdoors, I don't know if there's anything I can tell you because this is that's such a chaotic and unpredictable and probably deadly event.
Well, that's the end. That's what I would say. There's the answer right there.
The only thing I would say is, yeah, life sucks and maybe we're going to die. And even if everything in financial markets works out right in and of itself, um, a comet could hit the Earth and we're fucked. And then, haha, your stock thesis was stupid because it didn't take into account the comet. That's Sean, you may not be rich enough for that, but if you're actively reaching out to other environmentalists, you may be able to raise the capital to do that through enough
Don't give him any
contribution.
ideas. He's he's fine where he is. Just let him sit on YouTube and type in chat.
He seems like he's trying to reach people a lot on it, so maybe he's done that.
He is. I yeah. I suppose I should support his efforts at advocacy and community building just like anyone else.
See, and the thing with Sean is, I'm thinking of like, here's how I direct it to what you want. Whatever I think about his environmentalist beliefs, whether we're talking about as a whole or specific ones, I'm not going to tell him what's done. Like, but I'm saying if you want something from me that'll enhance what you do, this is what I think can be done. So even though sometimes I kind of go, what is he thinking? I'm like, here's what I talk about might be important because even if you think company X, Y, or Z is a shitty company, if you invest in them, you can redirect their profits through something like a nonprofit organization to fund the solution to the problem that you want to solve, right? And it's like when you play video games, like a common thing, especially certain like RPG type video games, is you take the power or the advantage of the bad guys and you use some sort of like a character or battle effect to turn it into your advantage. Uh, so
I'm sure the environmentalists have thought of this by now.
yeah, I'm sure. Well, I do, but I think not enough of them have done it that they might be getting on board to make it happen. Because I remember I was on a different internet forum talking with some folks about it, and they wanted to talk about ESG investing. Oh yeah, here's how we support the environment with investing. And I was basically like, you're you don't do both at once. You don't do, oh, I'll do ESG investing, which folks who don't know, it's environmental social governance. So sometimes it
DEI.
also, yeah, so that's like DEI plus green initiatives,
Yeah.
basically. Um, and the point I make is like the reason why that doesn't usually get somewhere is because those businesses aren't profitable, and then if they're not profitable, they fall apart, and then everything they've worked on goes away. I said, what you've got to do is you have to take profitable businesses, capture their cash flow by being an investor, and then redirect it to the thing that cannot be profitable on its own, and do that. Like if you
That's what
hate,
did you see the Costco story where the non-woke investors are trying to get them to stop the DEI stuff, and Costco pushed back and said we're not going to cave to the shareholders and we're going to keep doing DEI.
I didn't see that. No.
Yeah,
Um.
that was in the news this morning. Because a lot
Yeah.
of companies are. Walmart got rid of theirs. Microsoft got rid of theirs. So a lot of companies are phasing out their DEI. I don't know if it's all under shareholder pressure, but for whatever reason. But the shareholders were pressuring Costco to do the same thing, and Costco said no, we're not. We don't care. We don't care what the shareholders want. We're going to keep doing the DEI.
Okay. Brooke said she saw it last night. I guess it just happened, but
Yeah, I posted in the Discord too.
okay. I'll need to look at that then. Yeah, but
And I looked
uh,
up their Costco has this just like all the other things I covered on DI. They have a whole policy thing about unconscious bias and implicit this and being a good ally. All the DEI rhetoric, it's embedded in their policy stuff. That's what the shareholders are talking about. And Costco is like, no, we're standing behind this. And Costco also though was founded and is headquartered in Washington State. And so that is the norm for Washington State. That kind of stuff is in it's at the state
yeah, I'm not
level.
surprised.
It's in all the companies. So I'm curious about the shareholders' ability to make that kind of change in a state like Washington.
Um,
Because you talked about capturing cash flow and
right.
redirecting, and it seems like that might be what they're trying to do, but it's not working
Um,
because the
well, no,
ideology is so strong.
what they're not trying to capture the cash flow there. They're just trying to change what the company policies are.
Uh,
So all you have to do to capture the cash flow is be a shareholder. Um, and then there's two ways it'll ultimately work out. One is you get paid a dividend for owning the shares. The other is that the share price will go up, and then you sell the stock for more than you bought it, because the price will go up because the company generates enough cash flow to warrant an increase in the stock price. So stock prices still shift a lot in a short span of time. They'll go they'll double and then they'll fall by 50% often in the span of a year, just based on who's selling and buying at that time and what their expectations about the cash flow future of that business are. Now, in 2020, after the COVID crash, a lot of stocks rebounded within the first couple months, but some took like the next year or so to recover. One company that was still trading pretty low was Exxon. You could have gotten, I believe when I bought Exxon in November of 2020, you got a 9% dividend rate, which that means that at that cost, the dividends they paid every year would have been 9.9% of what you paid. Compare that to, the interest of a checking account, if that helps you understand what the yield is going to be, right? So even after interest rates had the fastest rate hike in history, um, you're only getting like 4 or 5% in a high yield savings account lately at most banks, right? But if you bought Exxon during a crash, you got like almost 10%, right? Now, if you're an environmentalist and you hate what Exxon does, but you realize the bargain for what that is, you could buy it, and then take the dividends and then use them to fund whatever your environmental cause is. And then incidentally, um, after the price recovered, got to about 60 something a share. And then the war in Ukraine happens, and then there's an energy crisis because the natural gas shortage there. Exxon goes from, it was like $39 a share when it had that 10% dividend. It shot up to like over 100 a share. So you could have like gotten 2.5 times what you paid on it within a few years. And then you could have taken that profit with a nonprofit entity and used it to support the environmental cause that you want, right? If you are willing to think about it that way, if you can stomach the idea of investing in a
but
fossil fuel
but he
company.
doesn't have the money to buy the shares in the first place. He's not at that investment threshold. That's
So
part
he
of it.
might not be. And so that's why I was saying like he could start a nonprofit that has contributors that can do that. No, he says I can't even get a job. Maybe that's not something he can do. But
Right.
that's
Most of us are more like Sean. That like the the people you're talking to, and the people that show up on this channel are not There's not a. It's not a. It's not going to connect. There's not anything they're going to be able to do with the information.
Yeah. So, but the question is also, it's like, I don't know to what extent Sean's perception of the possibilities impacts what he does. Right. There's that, but that's just me quibbling. Um, he says I'm not that brave. Well, Sean, if you're very serious about the environment, you got to get brave.
He's a keyboard warrior. You need to find the people with money. That's who. That's who are gonna. That's who's gonna benefit from hearing what you have to say.
Well, if they
Right.
have
See,
money,
yeah, what Brooke is
I think they've
saying.
already.
Even if we understand it, we can't put any of it into action.
Yeah, and I suspect that if I were to connect dots for people, I would have to have a very hyper specific understanding of their individual situation, and that's just a time sink that can't be fit into these panels we do. So it's just, and even then, got to wonder how much it would stick after one conversation.
If it's actionable, I think it would stick because they could take action on it.
Well, there is that, but then it's like kind of like we talked about earlier with like the stuff at the law firm, right? About how um the way we approach the sales calls, that stuff is just as actionable for them as it is for me. Like I'm using the same phones they are, right? I have the same materials they do. I'm selling the same attorneys they're selling. All of our tools are the same. And yet, we both realize that in terms of, even though it's actionable, are they going to do it is another thing,
Well,
right?
all you can do is put out the information. Whether they do it or not
Exactly.
is up to them. But at least it would be information that they could take action on if they chose to, as opposed to information that they can't do anything about even if they wanted to.
Yeah. It's an interesting thing, life. Trying these things out, noticing what people respond to and don't respond to, and then figuring out what you can even do.
Yeah, but I don't. Like I said, I'm skeptical that you can stop talking about stocks. I don't know how realistic of a solution that is. Because even in the last 20 minutes, we spent the majority of conversation still talking about stocks. So I think that's going to be your go-to every time. So I think if you're going to have conversation, you should plan to have stocks be a part of that. I don't know that if you can if you have the ability to not talk about stock, it's so much a part of who you are. Just like me, like I couldn't stop talking about mental health if I try. Even if I set it as an intentional goal to stop, I don't think I could stop talking about mental health. It would make its way into everything that I talk about. Because
I,
that's
I,
my,
suck- I cut myself off on stocks and stuff a lot.
oh,
I've noticed I have to do. Like, so if I'm like, um, getting coffee with someone, like, um, I'll know that, like, let's say I bent, oh, what did you do? Oh, I wrote this, right? I know that I need to cut it short, and that it doesn't need to become an extensive conversation about that stock or multiple stocks. That
because that's just not the audience.
it's just
But
gonna go in circles around them.
part of it is the pursuit of happiness, though, and talking about stocks makes you happy. So I think you should be able to talk about stocks because that's who you are.
I mean, talking about stocks in and of itself doesn't make me happy. Like, I'm not here to navel gaze in my stock talking. Like, that's not what I'm aspiring to do. And if that's ultimately all that's being accomplished here, I'm not happy with that.
Well, to me, it seems like there's a benefit in having an outlet to talk about things that interest you and what you're passionate about. And so,
For me,
like not talking about stocks and holding that back when you would prefer to talk about them seems less of a benefit to you than to be able to just talk about them. Like
for
if
me,
I was in a situation and somebody's like, I don't want to hear you talk about mental health, that would be an indication that I'm in the wrong environment. I would be like, okay, this is not the place for me. I'm going to go find somewhere where I can unself-consciously talk about mental health as much as I need to or want to. And so to be able to provide a place for you to do that with stocks, because to me that looked like your your topic of passion, and That's why I to me I don't even see that you have much ability to control it. Like I said, I think you default to it in almost everything. Like every single thing we talk about, there's going to be a way to connect it to stock in conversation. So you can go back and watch the streams and you can quantify how many times you talk about stocks and for how long. It seems so much a core part of who you are that to constrain or stifle that in any way almost seems cruel and a disservice to you. But if you're saying that's not your motivation for talking about stock, that you're perfectly capable of not talking about it, and you have no desire to talk about it just because you need an outlet for it, then that's also not the impression I'm getting, and that's new information to me too. Hey, OTW.
For me, the outlet is the doing, not the talking about something.
Well, I that doesn't come across to me in
Well,
our
because we're on a
conversation. It
panel.
seem it seems like you get a high from being able to talk about stocks.
I give the conversation my attention, right? I don't do these conversations with 1 foot out the door. So I'm not going to be disengaged in the conversation. And then if a conversation progresses in a way that I feel like I have no place, I get quiet and then I often leave at that point,
Yeah.
right?
I
I'm
assume everybody on here is talking about something because they want to be talking about it. So I don't try to monitor that at all for people. We're all grown adults, so we can talk about the things that we choose to talk about. So because you talk about stocks a lot, my assumption is that it's because you want to be talking about them.
Well, I mean, a lot of it is just it's again, what did you do today, Joe? I wrote about this, right? So like, if I'm going to talk about my day, that's all I can talk about. So, um, if I had, just gone on a date with a cute girl, I could be talking about that. And let me tell you, that'd be much more fun to talk about. But um, that isn't what happened. So I can't talk about it. I
Well,
can make
if
it up,
just
but
talk about stocks as little or as much as you want. If you don't want to talk about them in the future, don't. If you want to keep talking about them, it's perfectly okay with me.
well, I'm gonna minimize it significantly and maybe
Don't
just
put
leave
it
it.
this way. Don't feel like you have to stop talking about stocks just because of some expectation of me or the
I
audience.
I'm going to be more mindful of how it just really amounts to, again, what I described it as navel gazing, and just leave it to something like, you have a brief pointed question that I can answer with, and if people want more details, maybe I can give it, but um like explaining how rates work with the Fed, I mean, that's fine, you know but like, I can
Yeah,
imagine, I
me.
mean,
Yeah, exactly, Brooke. Me too. it's. I think people talk about the things that are most important to them and bring them joy about talking about it. I can't talk for very long about a topic that doesn't interest me or I don't have some kind of emotional stake in.
well, I can talk about things that aren't, like, I do suck, so it's very easy to talk about what you do, because you just have this big pool of information about it. It's not
Yeah.
difficult, right? You don't have to struggle to articulate anything about it. But I could be fascinated by people talking about things that I have no experience in, right? So, like I just said, like, I didn't go on a date, it's not, so that's not something I can talk about, and I almost never go on dates. Um, that doesn't mean I'd be disinterested in people on panel talking about things things that are important to romantic life, right? Whether it's how to get somebody or how you maintain a relationship after you've gotten it. That stuff is fascinating still in its own way. And I could ask questions about it, probably a lot more question asking. Um, and I would probably enjoy that conversation more than most of the stock ones we've had on here to date.
Oh, well, none of that was apparent to me. So
Nothing
I'm
about
with
what I feel is apparent, because I don't put my
the poker
feelings, like,
face, right?
my feelings aren't important to these things necessarily. So,
So with the with the poker face, since I don't have that to go off of, I only have quantity, the
mhm.
amount of time and frequency of what you talk about. And stocks is by far the most frequent and the longest in length, the the thing you talk about the most. So that's why I'm making those assumptions I am making, because
Yeah, but
it's what shows up if you graph out your conversation. Stocks are going to show up the most
yeah,
frequently and at the longest length.
yeah, but also up to this point, I've been somebody who's been trying to see, like, again, is there a content possibility here? And so to a point, I have incentive to talk about it if I'm trying to establish that expectation. But if I'm realizing that um, going about it this way isn't accomplishing something, then it makes more sense to dial it back at that point.
It may not be accomplishing your goals. It's accomplishing the goal of having conversation, which is the only goal I have on here.
I think I can make much better conversation about other things.
Well, then try it. See what happens.
Well, I think we found our topic today, which is sort of an assessment of um, what works on the panel and why we do the things we do on them.
Yeah, everybody comes here with their own goals, their own conversation. My goal is to create a space for conversation to happen.
Hmm.
What that conversation is, I'm very flexible about. So people bring their own conversational goals here, and I don't ever particularly know what they are. But as long as a conversation is happening, it's meeting my goal for the channel.
All right, and that's a good model in some ways because it's very hard to hit an obvious failure state with that unless it's like one of the drama things.
Right.
Um,
There are certain conversations that I don't want on this channel, and when they happen, I move to minimize them and shorten them and reduce them and eliminate them. But outside of those few little areas, as long as any kind of conversation's happening, you're right. It is meeting my success goal.
mhm.
And so you and other people show up with very specific goals, like narrower goals than just that. And so my goal is large enough to accommodate other people's goals. Some people want to come and talk about conspiracies. Some want to come and find other people that think the way they do about government or Nancy Pelosi or whatever. Some people want to come and talk philosophy and have philosophical debates. There's some people just want to talk about their day and shoot the shit. Some people come for support. They're going through something and they want to talk it out or get support for it. So I try to meet whatever the individual goals are because my goal is the more broad and flexible goal. And so my assumption about you was that one of your goals was to educate about stocks. And because you verbalize this yourself, as part of that education, transfer some of those skills to other domains in people's lives as well that it could be transferred to. And so stock seemed like a robust enough topic that it had applications to things outside of stocks because you kept saying that it did. And I still think it might. It's just that it doesn't when you move outside of stock that applicability doesn't always get articulated as well as it does when you stay in the domain of stocks. You're able to very fluently talk about stocks. But then when you talk about stock in relation to something else and how it could be applied to that something else, that's where it gets lost a lot of times.
Mhm. Yeah, and
And I
I think
think the gaming thing may be the connection. That may be the key for you to connecting it to these other areas.
probably because again, that was sort of even my roots with it. Was sort of me beginning to realize um, this stuff isn't just the thing that happens in this slice of the universe we call Wall Street. Like it's all around us. It's just there are things that we consciously label as investing, and then there are things that are just kind of happening that are investing, but we just don't necessarily notice it as that.
And I don't think
Uh,
that gets fleshed out nearly
right.
enough.
And I think my ability to do that effectively would really lead me to especially when I'm talking to a wide panel, would because at least at the law firm when I'm talking to clients, I'm talking to that one person, and I can kind of narrow down, my conversation and my approach to it to them. It's tricky to do that on a panel with, even if I'm specifically talking to you. there's still people coming in within the chat who say one thing or another. People who will join the panel, and so who I'm exactly presenting it to, or what kind of hang up is happening, can 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 change things. So yeah, definitely something I've learned over the last few months.
Well, just see what happens. Like, just try whatever, make it whatever adjustments you want to make, and try and see what happens.
I think the limit will be like, here's a concise, pointed question I have, Joe. Can you explain this to me? And I'll just answer that question, and that'll be that. And if that's low or high frequency, whatever. But if I'm not going to do like, here's my stock topic that I'm bringing to the panel today, I'm not going to do that. And if we're talking about dolphins or something, I'm not going to be like, oh, there's this stock I looked at that's, makes the dolphin food or whatever. I'm not going to do that.
Okay, and I'll try to quit referring financial topics to you. Brooke, did you want to join? I was about to wrap up, but if you want to hop on for a little while, I can keep going.
You appreciate my intelligence. Well, thank you. Yes, Sean. In fact, you
Right.
could say
Yes,
that.
you could say that. But to show it, to like, as people are talking about gardening or fishing or whatever they're doing, to say, see, this what you're doing, this is investing. Look, when you're fishing and you do this is this, that's investing. That is what does not get pointed out in a concrete way. It's easy to say everything is risk management, or you could look at everything as investing, but when people start talking about these topics, to point out the actual things about the topic that or can be analogized to investing, or that investing has applicability to as a framework, is what I don't hear enough of, to really make that connection. So it's said in the abstract, but it's not shown, it's not demonstrated.
Mhm.
And it's done a little bit with games, but even in games, it's mostly us playing the game. It's not like every move of the game highlighting the investing part of what we're doing, or highlighting the risk management part of what we're doing. Okay, here, I'll drop it. There you go. Um, I've even talked before about, because one thing I take from your talk about stock, and this was very early on, is that what you do with companies, I do with people. So everything you look for when you're analyzing a company, I look for in determining how much to invest in this person. Like, how much do I want
Mhm.
them in my life? How much time? And but we don't actually and you agree. You're like, yeah, it can't work that way. But we don't actually verbalize the connection enough, and say,
Yeah.
this thing I'm looking about a company, you could apply specifically to the way you look at people in this way. So
Mhm.
I think it's the specifics that don't get um, highlighted enough. Hey, Brooke, what's up?
Hey, sorry my hair's messy, but I really don't care what people think of how I look right now.
I
Did you
don't
just have
either.
a wild time with a guy, and that's why it's messy?
No,
Was it your cat?
Okay.
unless you count the cat, but
Oh. Well, you and Joe chat for a second, or introduce yourself or whatever. I'm gonna run and pee. I have to go pee really badly, and I'll come right back.
Okay.
hey,
Well, welcome, Brooke.
how are you doing? I think I've been on panels with you before.
Yeah, you usually are talking more directly with Jeff about something. I think
Yeah.
because you both have a similar background. Whereas I don't think you've ever come on and be like, "Hey, Joe, here's my stock question. Ready?" I don't think that's ever happened. But
I because I don't have the funding to do stocks, and if I did, I have people that I'm close to that I can easily ask those questions to, if that makes
yeah,
sense.
yeah, it's interesting because I always feel like it's not like a thing you need to have like immediate resources, but it's just sort of like for me, I think one thing that also really made me hit my mind is kind of going more toward what Jeff was saying, is when I was more active in the Democratic Party. I remember I joined this thing called the Progressive Caucus of the North Carolina Democratic Party. And it was this affiliated organization within the party that was formed in the aftermath of the 2016 primaries. Basically, it was the leftovers of the Bernie campaign in North Carolina. And you might know how there's like, like things like Young Democrats, LGBT Democrats, Hispanic Democrats, these sort of affiliated organizations that usually have some sort of formal relationship with the party.
Yeah.
Maybe their president has an official vote on like the state party's board of officers or something kind of thing. It varies from state to state, but that's essentially what that was. And I was in that. I was hoping like, okay, cool, we're gonna fix the Democratic Party. We're gonna have a populist, progressive overhaul, and it got nowhere. Just the thing got in its own way. Just people being unproductive. And I remember, the membership dues were $10 a year. I remember paid my $10. Year went. I said, I put in $10. Do I feel like I got $10 of value out of this? Do I feel like I got a good return on my investment from this? And I said no. And then I began to look at a lot of things in the Democratic Party like that. I'm like, do I feel like I got a good return on my investment? No. And to me, that feeling I had, the way I looked at it, really isn't any different than the stuff I do with like actual things in a portfolio. It's just one is more formally understood to be investing, and the other is is more abstract. And
And
so,
that's what I think a lot of people don't understand is you can invest in stocks, but there's also other ways you can invest. You can invest your time with volunteering. You can invest your time with a particular political party, whether it's Republicans or Democrats. You also have to see, like you were saying, Joe, regarding of what you're getting out of it, lack of a better term.
right. And I think the only difference at that point is, whereas if you're talking about investing specific to a portfolio, whether or not it was worth it is objective, right? You put in a certain number of numbers, you get out a certain number of numbers. Whereas with things like, did I invest in this person? Am I happy with what I got? That's more subjective, right? You can't. It wasn't quantified what you put in, or if it was quantified, like I put $10 of dues into the Progressive Caucus. Do I feel like I got something out of it that I would happily pay $10 to do, or recommend somebody else pay $10 to do it? My feeling tells me no. I feel like if I gave someone $10, I don't necessarily expect a lot, but I didn't expect to get jack shit for it, right? And so I use that to guide my thinking, and I sort of think like, if someone's gonna do something like if it whatever it is, if it's if they have to put in $10, are they going to be happy that they put in $10, even if it's just a donation, right? Like people who donate to charities, if they write $1,000 check for a charity, right? They're feeling generous, right? They really need to believe that it's worth $1,000 or more for them to do that. If they think if they put in $1,000 and then something happens, and whatever happens, they're like, if that was going to happen, I would have only given 100. That means it was not a good return on investment, right?
Well, even if it's not quantifiable, do the principles still apply? Like, is that useful for people? Like, if they invest their time in something, like you can invest time in a YouTube channel. That's what you should do. You should analyze YouTube channels and which ones are worth investing your time in. That's something that almost every single person here is going to be able to relate to.
Well, that's kind of what I did one of the first times I showed up, when I basically said, like, you have the panel you're trying to do, the drama comes on, and I'm like, it's risky to your channel to have the drama on it, and You know, you need to have a system where you are properly compensated for assuming that risk. I still put it in
Except
more.
objectively, the numbers go up.
Yeah,
If that
yeah.
is the one
There is
thing you
that.
can't quantify.
Yeah.
And
But obviously that's not necessarily what you wanted. So if you don't want to make more money doing that, um, right, then you still need to make it fit like whatever your goals are, right? So in that case, of saying being compensated for the risk, not as it hurts your profitability, but as it hurts your own goals and what is a success in your book.
and
And it worked.
and the thing regarding that is it's also not just about like YouTube channels and panels. Like I know a lot of people who give of their time by volunteering places.
Mhm.
And I know there may not be an official quantitative statistic in that, but for me, having volunteered somebody, and I hope that doesn't sound like I'm tooting my own horn, I see how I'm helping that particular nonprofit, because like one of the nonprofits I volunteer at is 100% 100% volunteers, including the executive director, with the occasional um contract person for something. I forgot the official title, but with the occasional contract employee, which rarely happens. Um and
Was
then
that the cat place?
one of them, yes.
Oh.
And then the other cat place that I volunteer at like they have employees, but most of the people at one place are volunteers with employees. So it's just like I volunteer my time because I know my time is just as valuable, if not more valuable, than my money, because volunteering, lack of a better term, is kind of like free labor in a way.
Tell me
And I
about it.
hate saying that, if that makes sense.
But
Because
also with stock, like you can analyze over time because there's an objective metric to it.
yeah,
So you can see the graph go up and down or whatever. So putting in something like time, I don't know what you measure, like what subjective quality you could track over a large period of time to see if it's going up or down.
You know, essentially what we're doing is when we feel good or bad about the results of something, right? We have like a gut sense of what that line graph is over
Vibes,
time, right?
vibe
Like
graph.
we feel like if we feel good about the result, then we feel like the line chart did this over time. If we have bad feelings, then we feel like it did this over time, even though we don't have a specific variable we can quantify like dollars to
Yeah,
put it, right? But we're sensing that if there were some sort of universal unit that could be used for this thing, that's how the line chart would look, whatever the essential unit might be.
yeah.
Um, and that
So without that, without having that, is a lot of what you talk about still applicable on principle to things like time and volunteering and all this other stuff? Like, could that be a bridge that helps people to relate to it?
I think so, because a lot of investing is like, yeah, you do the math to see if, mostly because of there's a share price, right? You look at what it costs to own the stock, and then you basically look, oh, how much money does it make? So if I'm going to only get cash flow of $100 per year, I'm not going to spend $1 million to own that source of cash flow, because I will never get that back in a reasonable amount of time. Eventually I will, but I will be gone. And um, a lot of it just comes down to, okay, the basic numbers are there, and then you just sort of ask yourself, is this fucking stupid or not? It sounds fucking stupid. I'm not going to do that. And that's It's kind of like what with the Howard Marks video where he talked about risk isn't quantifiable, and it's very qualitative in nature. When I'm on the Minecraft server, I'm trying to get familiar with, especially in Pavia, which has a very developed economy, and there are prices for things, there are input costs for things, to the point that some of these companies actually have financial reports they prepare. I'm trying to be familiar with that just so I can know, okay, when am I spending too many diamonds on something? Because diamonds are what we use in there. Um, but also, it's like if I'm gonna be investing in this stuff, I'm like, who are the crazy people in this server, and who are not the crazy people? And I'm trying to get a sense for that, because the crazy people, even if they're good at the game or something, they could have a fucking meltdown one day and
That
steal
definitely
the
has
money,
applicability.
right? And
Define crazy. I want to know what your definition of crazy is. Sorry.
I, I'm not going to define it for terms in this server because in the odd chance that they might be watching because they know that I'm on YouTube, I'm not gonna give clues that suggest who I've put into the crazy box. I could say there's at least a few people who have given me some red flags, and but I'm not gonna say who or what that is. I'm not gonna have something where people be like all indignant. Oh, I can't believe Joe would say that about me.
I,
I'm not gonna.
I guess I'm confused. Like, how is asking to define crazy asking you to identify
Because
somebody?
he's going to define it very specifically, and they're going to know he's talking about them. Like the
Oh,
person that said
okay,
this thing, or the person that reacted in this way to this event.
Yeah,
okay,
And they're
okay.
going to be like,
Sorry.
oh, he's talking about me.
Okay, I didn't realize that. I apologize
and
for.
even if I'm not talking about them, someone might think that I'm talking about them and then just go off anyway, right? So
Okay,
I don't even
sorry.
need I don't even need false starts screwing me up. Yeah. So yeah, just people who there are definitely people who seem more like they have a good head on their shoulders than others, and that's a factor. Actually, I'm thinking I'm going to form a joint venture with one guy pretty soon once I get some formal arrangements on the server done myself. Which I think it feels funny, like humorous, talking about it like this, like actually having formal documentation for things in a Minecraft server. But they have developed it that much where that becomes a reasonable course of action. Actually,
And you're
you could,
talking about Minecraft, the game, right?
yes,
Okay.
this is a server with a lot of active players.
I mean, sir, I was just wanting to make sure that I'm not like missing something here.
So it's to help you figure out who to network with and form
Hmm.
partnerships with.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I do the same thing on YouTube. Figuring out who I want to affiliate with, who I want on the panel, who I want in the chat, who I want in the Discord,
Who you want
Yeah,
to kick off the chat
who I
or
want to
not the
kick
chat?
off,
I
yes,
mean,
who I
kick
want to put
off
on my
the
block
panel.
list, who I want to give amnesty to, which is going to happen on Tuesday. People can take bets. We can monetize it. As I release each person, they can bet on how long they think it's going to last.
that'll be fun.
I
Oh,
don't know. I don't know enough about the people you've blocked, so I'd be the last person to want to bet on that crap. It's not crap, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, is that even legal? I wonder if there is a way to do it. I was joking, but now I'm thinking
Oh,
half seriously.
sorry. I've been taking
Would that be
craps.
considered gambling? Is there a way to execute it where it's not technically gambling?
who knows?
Sorry, I was taking it too literally. I apologize.
Well, what have you been up to?
Me?
Yeah.
5'2", full of crap and no good.
How how was your holidays?
It was okay considering that it's the first Christmas since my mom died.
Oh, did you
So
go to Olympia at all?
no, I didn't. Um, I didn't for various reasons, and I'm glad I didn't. But I will also be going to Olympia to go to my mom's funeral toward the end of January.
That's a myth. See, you're spreading disinformation.
Who?
Mike's been blocked before, and I've had plenty of streams without Mike, and I've been just fine. Oh, you make a good point. People like predictability.
Right.
If
And
if
so,
something's too unpredictable or chaotic, Donald Trump, then it could lead to like a disinvestment.
right. And so, a big part of risk management is, you think, if I put myself in the situation, how many outs do I give myself? So even if the chaotic stuff happens, I'm reasonably okay, right? And so, um, that's part of it. I don't want to cut off what Brooke was saying, but yeah, I'm agreeing.
So when you're saying Mike, you mean Mike that has had a lot of issues with people on the panel and in chat?
I guess that's one way of putting it. The Mike that hangs out here.
Yeah,
Yeah. Oh,
Mike Cerrone,
I'm just curious because yeah.
Mike, that epic Call of Duty character that I found.
Right. Yeah, I do. There's that's a you make a good. There's people I won't even get in a car with because it's too unpredictable. Like I don't even trust myself to be in a car with them, to go 10 minutes to the store because I've been in cars with them before and I see how they drive, and it's not worth the risk.
You,
There's
I
there's panels that I won't go on that it's just not worth the risk of going on the panel and having
Mhm.
chaos or drama break down.
I
Yep.
I once somebody takes a phone call or texts and drive, and when I mean takes a phone call, I mean like literally holds it up to the phone to their head and not use like
Oh,
a
that's enough for you to
that's enough.
put
I
them
mean
put them on your list.
to put the I mean like yes, do I have a conversation with them about it the first two or
What
three
do you tell
times?
them? Like, don't.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be able to ride in the car with you anymore if you keep talking on your phone.
Or keep texting and driving. Um
I thought that was. I didn't know how that was legal anyway. Now people just talk through their steering wheel and their
I mean,
radio.
I mean, and even then, I question that without, But on that, like I've had people, after like the second or third time talking to them, they get upset, and they're like, "What happened if, like if it was one of my kids, needing to go to the hospital or something?" I'm like, then you pull the car over and not text and drive on the
But
five
most
freeway.
people don't like to be told what to do in their own car.
But
So I'm surprised it even takes them 3 times to get upset.
no, some people get upset the first time, and if
Oh,
they're
okay.
gonna get upset with me asking to be safe in their car, then I have to realize is my safety, my health, my safety, my life worth getting into their
Do you
car?
have your seatbelt on? I thought that I know in when I lived in Vegas they outlawed texting and talking on cell phones while you're driving. So
It
I just assumed it was illegal in a lot of
it,
places.
it is illegal, but that doesn't mean people are gonna get a ticket over it or
Well,
get
then what's
pulled
the point of
over.
making it illegal if there's no consequences?
Exactly. So I just have to do, and I know this sounds selfish, but I have to do what's best for my safety. Like I don't want to end up getting in a car wreck because someone is driving on the 5 freeway or not paying attention to lights because they have a cell phone up to their ear texting, like that's why that and
Yeah,
that
I just wouldn't ride with that person anymore. But
no,
I
I know.
wouldn't.
Yeah.
And surprisingly, I want to say surprisingly, a good 3/4 of people respect that when I bring it up to them. Oh,
Oh, or they
sorry.
pretend to. But I wouldn't expect them to. Like if I said, "Oh, can you not text while you drive?" Even if they did it that one time while I was in the car, I wouldn't expect them to continue to not do it when I'm not around. So I don't think I'm like changing their behavior at all by bringing them
No,
up.
I don't expect them to not do it when I'm not in the car. I just ask them to make sure they don't do it when I'm in the car
And
because
also I would probably be less inclined to have you in my car in the future too. If because if I knew that was a problem, I'd be like, okay, well that's the last time she's getting a ride from me.
and I'll respect that, because that's their decision, just like it's my decision to not get in the car
Right.
with them. Like
I
like
guess the only difference is you would attempt to have a conversation with him, and I would just silently. The minute I saw him texting, I would just make a little note in my mind not to get in the car with him again.
um
Yeah, I would probably do that too.
um but on that note, I've had Lyft. I've been in. So there's been times where I've been in.
Mm.
I prefer Lyft over Uber, but there's been times where I've been with people who ordered Uber and been in the car with them, and the Uber driver has texted and drove. And same with, when I've taken Lyft.
I'm surprised that's allowed, but then isn't that how they know their rides? Is they get the text?
That but they're supposed to be hands free though. It's supposed to be.
Oh, so it's fine if they are running it through their
I I can tell
radio or
you
they have a
that
headphone on.
I can tell you that um, Uber drivers and just any similar thing, Lyft also. I don't know all the rideshare things, but um, they're basically like incentivized to push the boundaries with, if not outright break traffic laws, to be successful. Because they got to be, quick and there, and they're going to get the money from the people they can respond to and get them to the place quickly. Their
But
Are
ratings are
taxi
going to be
cabs the
affected on that.
same way?
but the thing
Yes.
is, my ratings toward any particular. So I remember one time I ordered a Lyft because there's a reason why I don't do Uber, and I'm not going to explain why, but I do Lyft, and he
You look
had
like you lift.
smart ass. um, so something that I've done, and was like, if they're like literally texting and driving, I give them an automatic no. I explain to Lyft why, and I remember one time, a friend of mine was like, hey, like, since I'm going, since we're like literally going a block away from each other, you can join me, in the car, in the Lyft with me. And so it just so happened I saw the driver, and I said, I told my friend thank you, but no thank you. And she asked why. I'm like, I'll explain to you when.
Because you recognize them?
Because I recognized him, and I had given him a one because of his texting and driving. And that driver is no longer a Lyft driver because he was texting and driving with my friend in the car, and because of that, he got in an accident, and she's now paralyzed from the waist down.
Oh my God.
Mm, God.
So I
So
guess
Jeff,
there's good reasons to
So,
out.
Jeff,
so,
were
so
you? Were
yeah.
well, I just want to make sure I understood. Was it Jeff who was saying, wouldn't the safety be part of the rating? Who was saying that? Like they get ratings from their passengers, right? The
Yeah.
Uber and Lyft drivers.
No, I agree with it, but I didn't say it.
So when you press a certain, like if you press like a 3, they're like Y3. If you press, they always, ask, and and anything from a 3 on down, or at least with Lyft, anything from a 3 on down with Lyft, you're not you're not you're not partnered with that driver again.
Oh, interesting.
I didn't know that until, not a Lyft driver, but somebody else at Lyft, when I was calling to complain. Um. So yeah. Um. But I
Because you
guess,
never know what driver. You can't like pick your drivers. You don't know who they're going to send you.
yeah.
But you can turn off certain ones so that in the future they don't send you that one.
Only if you do a 3-star or under.
Yeah, they sure were, Mike. I told him to stop. I said, Mike is not here. Y'all do not need to be talking about him behind his back that way.
Hi, Mike. Sorry.
No, Mike, what I said was that Tuesday, New Year's Eve, it's Amnesty Day, and I'm going to start releasing people from the block list. And then somebody thought that I might have been talking about you, and I said, no, Mike's not blocked. He's not on the block list. And then they
And
accused me, Joe accused me of needing you for my show, and I would be nothing if you weren't here and you were the golden goose. And I said, I've blocked Mike before. I've blocked Mike plenty of times. That is a
You don't.
yeah,
myth.
You don't kill the golden goose, Jeff. You don't do it.
He's not the golden goose. He's
and and
yes, the
just
numbers do go up a little bit when he's on from all the drama trolls that are in Discord saying, "Oh, Mike is on Jeff's channel. Ah, go
um
watch."
so
But I don't
Mike,
consider that gold.
Mike, I was just confirming it was you, so I know what was going on, and I actually like you, Mike.
You
As
must have a tracker. How did you even know we were talking about you?
The mic
but
tracker.
Somebody's watching on Discord because first of all, there's only 4 viewers. Second of all, that happened 10 minutes ago, and you show up and like, hey, are y'all talking about me? So somebody told you something somewhere, or you saw something in a Discord. See how because there people communicate behind the scenes when these channels are going on. There's a whole network of people
What
talking
happened?
about the channels.
No, I think what happened is Brooke came on and she had that sexy hair, and then Mike said, "I got to see this." Someone tipped him off about that.
you mean like the Billy messy hair?
Hmm.
Sorry.
She came on. She was like, so that's probably what happened. Mike is just one of the many Brooke admirers in Jeff's audience.
No, I have no reason for people to admire me, especially my looks. But I'm hard on myself.
I don't know. There's some pretty fugly people who come on this channel. I would not put you in that bucket.
Wow, now they're going to be wondering who they are.
He's talking about me. It's going to be like why I kept my lips shut about the Minecraft server people, right?
Oh,
Because right, but then people are going, I know he's talking about me. They're gonna
that's
corner me. You
well,
said there were fugly people on the channel. I know you're talking about
that's
me,
why it's
Joe.
mostly avatars, probably.
Like I showed my face on camera that one time. I know you're talking about me. But I was gonna say about the rating system. I imagine safety is part of it, but I imagine people are much more likely to be annoyed if they don't get somewhere fast enough and punish the driver for it. And so I imagine there's a lot of incentives for them to be dangerous with it, because people don't want a slow driver, even if it's risky.
I mean, there's a difference between a slow driver versus a smart driver versus a careless driver. I've had slow drivers who are like taking their time, and then I've had smart drivers of like, hey, we can take the freeway, which is slower, or we can take this way, which is
You tell
yes,
them where to go, like
no,
how to go. Oh,
no, no. I've had drivers who've asked me like and showed me on their app of before they start driving, like, this is granted it's technically longer, but it's going to be quicker. So
I'm not. I normally don't take a car at the last minute when I'm in a rush anyway. Usually, I give myself enough window. Like I'm
Yeah.
not desperate when I'm in a lift.
no, I mean, when I take a lift, when I take a lift, it's usually because I need to get to a doctor's appointment, and they're more reliable than public transportation. So when I go, for example, I'm going to go see my dermatologist at my regular doctor's office instead of the Roosevelt Clinic, but that's besides the point. And I'm going to be taking a lift because buses, I mean, and even the light rail, I can't, even though for the most part they are reliable, I don't want to end up getting to a bus stop and waiting for the 70 bus to get to my doctor's appointment in time, even if
So it's just more convenient.
it's more convenient for
But you can
me.
still schedule it enough in advance where they don't have to speed through
Yeah, no,
an obstacle course to get you to your appointment.
that's what I do. Like my doctor's appointment is at like 9:45. I'll probably end up going downstairs and ordering the lift at 8:45. It's I live in the U District. It's in South Lake Union. It's not that far, but I like to give myself plenty of time because you never know what's going to happen. You never know if an accident's going to happen in front of you on the freeway or
You
whatever.
can't ever plan for that though.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, but yeah.
Oh, so I gotta get going. There's some things I want to get done before it's too late. So it was good talking, guys.
You too.
Bye.
Thank you.
And I'll see you on New Year's Eve during the stream, Jeff.
Yeah, I'll be here.
Okay. All right. Catch you then.
I'll be doling
What
out
time
that amnesty.
what time
The
is the
amnesty.
stream at?
I don't know.
Okay.
Sometime in the eve.
Okay.
All right. We'll see you later, guys.
Take care.
Mike, you seem like a person that you don't care if they're pissed or not.
Well, I don't know. Should I wind down?
I say go for it because I need to go do some crap myself. So
Okay. Well, it was good seeing you.
nice seeing you.
If I don't see you for New Year's, have a good one. Otherwise,
Okay.
I'll be up and running.
Are you gonna go into the new year? Do you know? Or...
Yeah, we did. In fact, yeah, we did last year.
Okay.
In fact, Shelby helped ring in with us.
Yeah.
I usually do the light show. We look at the light shows from across the different time zones, and then we look at the Seattle light show
as
for
it happens.
New Year's. And last year, I remember it because I didn't want to. I wanted to do it on mute because I was worried about the copyright music, and I got talked into doing it anyway. And they played some Adele song or Beyonce song or something, and I got a copyright notice the next day for it. And I'm like, I knew not to play that music. I knew just to do it with no sound. So I don't want my 2025 to start off the same way. Oh, Mike, did you want to come up, or because I was gonna wrap up. If not, and also I'm doing a New Year's Eve stream, and we're gonna ring in the new year, and I'm doing an all day New Year stream. But that's when I'm gonna give an amnesty and free a lot of the trolls that I blocked, if I think they can behave themselves, and y'all can take bets on how long they last.
I bet some of them, even if I don't know any of them, I bet some of them probably won't even last
They won't.
30
I
seconds.
can tell you right now, they won't. They won't. They got blocked for a reason, and they most of the time they even get a warning before they get blocked. So you kind of have to put a little bit of effort into getting blocked. It's not that hard to not get blocked around here. And so if they got blocked, it's for a reason, and it's because it happened more than once. So I predict the same thing's going to happen again. But I'm at least willing to give everybody that chance once a year.
What's up?
Hey,
What's up?
Before I
What's
forget,
happening?
the Kraken beat the Vancouver Canucks in overtime.
That's our hockey team.
No, I don't necessarily like hockey. I mean, but it was on the channel I had it on, like watching, so I kind of watched it just because there was nothing better on TV.
Sure. I got roped in. What did I watch one time? I got roped into watching golf. I like to play golf occasionally, but I don't know what it was. Like I just was channel surf, and then I was like watching it, but the course was like so beautifully like it was like aesthetically it was just beautiful. Like I was like looking at the course and like a different like landscape and stuff, because some of those golf courses, like those master courses, I mean, they're like, it's like walking through Central Park. It's like lush greens and flowers and little lakes, and it's pretty neat. It really is. But golf itself, to sit there and watch it, it is kind of boring.
Oh my God! It's one of the most boring things in the world. My dad would watch it.
I will play. I will play miniature golf.
I love putt-putt. Yeah.
Yeah, but as far as regular golf, hell no. And I'll tell you,
it's quiet. There's no sound. It's like silent TV.
Yeah.
And they sit there and they line up, and they hit the ball, and it's like. There's no excitement to it whatsoever. No music, no sound.
Can I tell you
It takes it forever to hit the ball.
Can I tell you my story? Not about miniature golfing, but about regular golf.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, and I moved up here to Washington.
You can tell it if it's more exciting than watching golf on TV.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I moved up here between the summer. Between my freshman and sophomore year of high school. I was 16, had to do PE, and one of the courses was golf. So we learned how to.
Y'all did golf at PE?
Yeah.
Yeah, some schools have it. They have it.
Wow, that's fancy.
So
we
were learning how to putt, and my PE teacher was like, we were on the football field, like, and so I ended up hitting her right there with the ball, and then about 10 minutes later, she came up behind me, not letting me know she was behind me, and I went to swing the golf club, and I broke her nose with the golf club.
I remember back in the day, I'm not sure if schools still have it, but I remember they had electives. They had PE electives that were archery and shooting.
We didn't have any of that.
They would do, they had archery, PE
would
like
have been a lot cooler if we had.
Yeah. And I do remember, like, I think it was back in the day, they had like the shooting clubs where they teach you how to shoot and stuff like that. And it's probably bygone era. But
this was in New York?
No, I've did like stories of it like around the country.
Oh,
No,
okay.
New York. I never said that.
We
No,
we
I
did
never took any
archery
pictures.
at 4-H camp, like there were summer
Yeah,
camps you could do that stuff, but we
yeah.
never did it in PE.
Um,
Did,
every year,
did,
because I lived in the city. I lived in Queens. I lived in the city, like the actual city. But every year, I would go up and visit my uncle upstate New York, closer to like Watertown, closer to like the Canadian border. And he taught me how to hunt. We would bow hunt. We would shoot.
Oh yeah.
Um, it was really cool. I look forward to every year going up and spending 2 weeks up there and hunting. And we had a little cabin, off into the woods, and it was just cool, like a city boy, to be able to be like out. Like I remember the first time I saw a bear from afar, I almost shit my pants. I mean, you don't see a bear, and he's like,
What
"Oh
kind of
shit!"
bear?
It was a black bear.
Oh yeah, those
Yeah.
are cool. They have those up in Tennessee in the campgrounds. They
Mhm.
walk around and they
But
walk
I know,
across the street. You have to stop your car.
yeah, up in the Smoky Mountains, right? They'll walk
Yeah,
down
the
where the Smoky
Smoky, but
Mountains
they
are.
they're they're harmless more or less.
Yeah. But if you've never seen something like that and you see it, it scares the piss out of you. You're like, "Oh my god!" Like, it's like in
well,
Florida. I know my aunt would send us videos of just alligators or crocodiles just walking down the street.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
that can be
yeah,
scary.
yeah.
it's kind of like it's like so I lived in Tennessee for close enough for a year to say a year,
Mhm.
and for various reasons, and a couple people that I had lived with, grew up in Louisiana and the bayous of Louisiana, and kind of like what Jeff has said in the past of like alligators or crocodiles or whatever. I'm like, I'm 20 years old. I'm from the West
Mhm.
Coast. We don't have crocodiles or alligators on the
You have
West Coast.
sharks.
And I'm
Mm.
used,
That scares the crap out of me yeah.
because I'm used to seeing, like, if I'm going hiking, I'm used to seeing rattlesnakes. Are they scary as fuck? Yeah, but you just no, I mean, like, I wouldn't know what to do if I saw an alligator or
Mhm.
crocodile coming my way. As far as a rattlesnake with the little rattle going, I know what to do. And I always make sure I have a rattlesnake kit with me if for some
Mhm.
reason someone gets bit.
Sure. Hey, they're out there. I mean, it's like a lot of guys go fishing down in like where the marshes are, um, and like the it's called a dismal swamp. People fish over there, and yeah, there's snakes. Snakes come right to your boat. It's dangerous. You got to be careful with those snakes. And if you're on the middle of somewhere, and you get bit by a venomous snake, who knows what can happen. But a lot of people do carry a kit in case they do get bit. If they go to an area that has a lot of snakes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I'm not going there. I'm going to fish. I'm going to fish where there's no snakes or bears or anything like that. I don't want to mess with none of that stuff. But people get really adventurous. They go out in the middle of the woods, and there's animals running around, and there's people that like that kind of stuff. You ever
They
see the
have them
people
when we
like, you
go
ever see the videos?
canoeing. They have the alligators in the water. If you follow, don't
You ever
fall
see
out
the
the boat.
videos?
The who?
Jeff, you see the videos where they'll go way out in the wilderness, and it's like snow. It's like snow is just covering the cabin. It's like, what if you get stuck out there? It's just kind of eerie feeling to be in the middle of nowhere, snowed in. You're almost like helpless out there.
I'm
But
not
people get
that
arrested.
brave.
I have friends that
Yeah.
have been in blizzards, like not even in the
Mm.
woods, in their
Yeah.
homes, in the city, and the suburbs, and they were snowed in
Yeah.
for like a week.
I don't know what it is about snow, but I mean, when it snows or just seeing like deep packed snow, it's just everything's so clean and so in order. It's just, to me, it's relaxing to see snow.
Hmm.
It's just
And
relaxing.
the sound
You know,
bounces off everything.
Oh, I was gonna say the snow makes the city so quiet. I'm not a big fan of snow, but
yeah.
living across, literally, I'm looking out my front window and I see the 5 freeway. And so when it
And
snows, even if I'm not sure if it's snowing and it's the middle of the night, I could tell it's snowing or there's snow on the ground just because of the lack of noise factor.
Let me ask you
Yeah,
this: do either of you sleep your best sleep when it's raining, hearing the rain kind of coming down?
I do
Is that
like I
Susan?
do like when it's raining at night.
Yeah. I
Um,
had a really hard time. I was going through a lot of stress when I was in my late 20s. Work issue stuff. There's just the pressures of work, And I remember my ex. She goes, "I got you something," and it was the sound machine. The machine where it can sound like thunder or it can sound like rain.
Oh yeah, I used to
And
have a
yeah,
CD, a rainstorm
and
CD.
then it was three settings. It was waves crashing, rain, and thunderstorms. It was like three settings, and it actually helped me fall asleep. I swear to you, I would put it on low. It just like a light rain in the background, or the waves crashing. And just I don't know what it was. I would fall asleep.
you,
Very
you know
calming.
you know what's funny is like people um ask me of like, isn't it loud living across the street from the freeway? I'm like, yeah, but it becomes white noise after a while. I've been in my apartment for, you know, February will be 17 years, and I remember
Mhm.
one time I I went. It was I don't remember what peer event. I mean, I've been to several peer events where was in hotel rooms with freeways nearby, and I remember the freeway was like probably, you know, 4, 5, 6 blocks away, and my roommate at the time was like, can't you sleep, like, I'm having a hard time sleeping with the noise, which is why I'm glad you have the window. I'm like, oh, I didn't even know, because like my apartment is literally across the street from an on-ramp to the 5 freeway, so to me this is really, really quiet. And and my roommate needed earplugs because she thought the freeway was too loud, and it was like, 4 to 6 blocks away. No disrespect to her, but it's funny because when I've gone to places, hotels where the freeway is like a good mile plus away, I'm like, man, it's so quiet that I need to
Yeah.
turn something on to sleep.
Yeah, yeah. I have to have a low noise of like I like a fan. I like to have a fan on. I like the hum of a fan. It's relax to me. It's relaxing.
Yeah.
Total silence to me. It's almost like I start to like I'm looking to hear something. I don't know if that's anything psychological, but I like the sound of a fan, like a fan on low, just that low hum. And just to me, that's always how I always slept. My ex would hate it. She's like, "It's cold in here. Why do you have a fan on?" Like, because I like the noise. I would turn it away. But yeah, it is. To me, it's really really hard to fall asleep in total silence. If you don't hear anything going on, it's like total silence. But people have different sleeping patterns. They really do. But
Yeah,
yeah,
that's true.
gotta get your rest. I've been getting good rest lately. I really have. I got back into working out, jogging, things like that. I lost some weight, and getting back into the thing, the whole scheme of things again.
How
Yeah,
were your holidays?
pretty good. I mean, they were just basic. Unfortunately, my son's in Ohio. He couldn't make it back because of work. My other kids are in different states.
Right.
Um, so I hung out with some family that were not too far away, but it was very quiet, easy. I made a turkey, made some sides. That was
Yeah.
it. And then I went and got with my brother-in-law. And we went hunting
Oh,
on
that sounds fun.
Christmas. Yeah, we went bow hunting. It was pretty cool. Yeah, it was neat. We didn't get a deer, but we got some fowl. We got some birds. Yeah, man. And you don't use the bow for the
With a
birds. He
bow?
brought
That
no,
seems
no,
harder to do.
no, a bow for the deer if we could track
Oh,
one. But
okay.
no, he used a shotgun for the fowl for the birds.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you
We
have
were
New Year's
supposed to.
plans?
No, I don't do anything, man. I don't even leave the house. I don't leave the house for New Year's. There are so many moron crazy people out on New Year's
I
Eve.
know. I stay
I
home and
mean,
watch
it
the
is.
ball come down.
Yeah. Even when in my earlier years, like, in my 20s, early 30s, people were going out and partying. Even then, I made it a rule to stay home because I would every New Year's Eve, Jeff, in my late 20s, early 30s, when I used to still go out, like to hang out at the clubs, mainly like 20s, mainly in the 20s, late 20s. Every the next day, two or three of my friends got DUIs. It never failed. It never, because they set up the
Like sometimes they
roadblocks. You
set
can't
up
even get
traps
home.
that day because they know people are going to be drinking.
Roadblocks. They have
I
roadblocks.
Yeah,
They have
roadblocks.
roadblocks. Yeah.
I I don't know if this still happens, but I do know in California when I was living there, as a kid, they always did roadblocks on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day.
This is,
Always.
And they
but
had
this is
the
the
thing
crazy
where
thing.
like the cops could give you a ride, or like
Back
I don't know, these volunteer groups would volunteer to bring people home. So they always had some kind of ride system.
So back then there was no Uber or Lyft. We're talking 20 something years ago. We're
Yeah.
talking, there was taxi cabs. You could actually call the number, where you going? It's a taxi cab. The taxi driver pulls up with a cigar in his mouth. Get in, But there was very limited taxis. They'd get filled up and you'd be sitting on the curb waiting. But the one thing that Virginia Beach always did since I moved here back in the late 90s is the sheriff's department would take you home for free. That's what you're talking about, Jeff. The police officers
Yeah.
wouldn't, but the sheriff's deputies would. And the sheriff's deputies had this whole program where they have like 10 cars that would constantly drop people off, come back, pick them up, drop them off. But people would worry about their car being towed, leaving the car there overnight. But I tell you what, I'd rather pay $160 to get my car out than having to pay $10,000 to $15,000 in court costs and lawyer fees on a DUI. If your car gets towed, so be it. You pay the money to get it out. You get it out the next day. They release your car. That's a lot cheaper than ruining your future over that. Because a DUI in Virginia is very, very serious. I mean, they can take your license away, or they can hit you with all kinds of fines and all kinds of crazy stuff, man. But getting back to what I was saying, Jeff, yes, the Virginia Beach Sheriff's Department will take you home for free. No questions asked. You could be hammered, blasted, drunk, fall on the ground. As long as they can get you in and seatbelt you in, they'll take you home. They will. They'll take you home. And that's a good service to have.
There, even before I got my driver's license, I always told people, if you need someone to take you home, I will be willing to get a ticket for driving without a license. I now have a license. I got it because I needed it for a job. But for me, as much as I don't want to be out there driving, I'd be more willing to either go with them and be the designated driver as long as I'm able to use their car because I don't have a car. Or, hey, I can pay for a Lyft for you to get from the bar to home and you can pay me back.
Sure.
like because the last thing I want is a friend to have to pay thousands upon thousands of dollars in court costs, or worse, killing somebody and possibly killing themselves.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
go ahead.
I'm sorry, Jeff. Someone got killed a few years ago. This was probably maybe 4 or 5 years ago. And it was the day, it would be the day after, be after 12. What was it? New Year's Eve. And they were so hammered, they went the wrong way on the interstate. They were going the other side. They were going this way, and a car going this way. And how the person didn't swerve is because the person didn't have their lights on. And the person they hit passed away. The person that hit them made it, and it's just like, it is what it is, man, but that's drunk driving for you, and the person that was killed was just coming home from work. It wasn't like a fellow partier or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's sad. It really is sad. So, sorry, Jeff, go ahead.
What were you going to say?
Oh, that those are grown adults. Like, they know better than to drink and drive. I don't feel obligated to help a friend avoid $1,000 of court costs if they're dumb enough to drink and drive on New Year's and not plan for a ride home.
I guess for me, it's more, and my reasoning is very, very personal. Is so my dad got sober, like granted, my dad was drunk when I was born, but he got sober when he saw me be born. And he was coming back from a birthday meeting, a birthday AA meeting, when I was about a year old, to get his 1 year sobriety coin from AA. He got he ended up getting a TBI, a traumatic brain injury, because he got hit by a hit and run drunk driver. They ended up catching him, about 45 minutes to an hour later, because he ended up hitting somebody else and sadly killing them. So I'm glad my dad is still alive. But my dad lost his ability to read because of that drunk driver. So I guess I'm more or less doing it to make sure nobody gets severely injured or worse dead.
Yeah. You're protecting you're protecting the potential person who could be injured. You're looking out for the stranger that could, befall what happened to your father.
But what, like, I guess why, if an adult is going to go out and party on New Year's Eve, why don't they already have some kind of plan and way to get home? Like, they're just going to go drink and get in their car and drive home? That's stupid.
Because Jeff, that's their foolish pride. They think, oh, I'm okay. I'm not drunk, as they're falling off the curb. That's what I'm saying. They get that.
Yeah, like I wouldn't. Well, I don't know. If I guess don't depend on me from that. If you're my friend,
no.
I'm going to tell you to arrange a ride for yourself for New Year's.
Well, number one, you're like me. You wouldn't be in that situation. In other words, if it got hanky, you probably would just leave the situation, just take yourself out of that whole situation. But yeah, it's just one of those things where, unfortunately, it happens every single day, and my heart goes out to people that get injured, the stupidity of others. But I mean, it's just one of those things, But like I said, getting back to the whole New Year's, even Memorial Day, Labor Day is not so bad, but like Memorial Day, people usually get really trashed and they're out driving around, And because Memorial Day they do the roving roadblocks too as well. Catching people coming home from bars or like barbecues all messed up. So all I can tell you is in Virginia Beach, they take that very seriously. Like every major holiday, you see them. Good. There's roadblocks everywhere. They shut down all intersections and everything. So, yeah, man, more power to them, But yeah. But other than that, is there anything else been going good for you? Everything going? Is weather good where you're at?
It's okay. It's decent.
It's not bad. It's normal, typical Seattle area weather for winter time.
It's been in the high 40s, low 50s for like weeks, and today it was 72 degrees.
I keep freezing.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Hey, since I'm gonna get going. Bye, you guys. Nice seeing you again.
See you later.
Hey, Jeff.
Good to talk to you.
Bye. Have a good New Year.
I hope to see you on New Year's Eve if I'm not trying to figure out things for friends. So.
All right, you gotta use my use my dad joke. Hey, I'll see you next year.
Okay.
That's the old dad joke.
Bye.
All right. Bye. Yeah, I know you want to wrap it up, Jeff. I just figured I'd come up for a little bit and say what's up to you, man.
Yeah, I'm glad you did. What's on your hat?
A lot of time. Huh?
Yeah, your hat.
Like it. I look healthy, right? I've been working out, dude. I lost some weight. Yeah, man. I shaved my beard off. I had a big beard for a while. Oh. And it was getting itchy, so I shaved it off. Now I just got a little stubble going on. But yeah, man, everything's going good. Just focusing. And I haven't been on panels because, with me, Jeff, like I got caught up into a lot of drama a lot of times, instigated or not. But there's a lot of stuff that you never saw, like them picking on me over time, and then I kind of get resentment towards certain people. So instead of attacking them or giving them more to talk about, I'm just not going to go there. I'm just going to turn the faucet off to them.
That sounds like a healthy choice.
To them. I will always talk to you, come up and chat it up with you. I'll always do that whenever you have me. You know that. And but it's funny. The narrative will spin. You know what? Let's just change the subject. Let's not talk about that person. 5 seconds later, they start talking about that person for 2 hours. It's like, it's like, you know. So the contradiction is just, it's so crazy. And you know, me not going there, I'm happier because it's a cesspool of negativity, Jeff. And you talk a lot about mental health and getting yourself straight, getting your thoughts straight. I've heard you the last couple streams talking about you want to be more positive, you want to be more understanding.
Oh yeah, I'm trying to become more. I'm trying to be more loving. Yeah. Thank you for reminding me.
But doesn't it feel better rather than
It does. It really does.
Yeah, chipping away, and it is. You can break away, from
and
that.
it feels empowering too that you can choose. You're not locked into being any one certain way.
I get gratification.
I'm not at the mercy of
exactly
people that push my buttons or pull my strings. I can choose a different way.
Jeff, I get a kick. I actually will laugh. I get a kick out of people talking about me negatively. He ain't going to come up here. He's too scared to come up here and face us. I bet you he won't. It's like, dude, if that's not elementary school psychology, I don't. It's like Jeff ain't going to punch me. You put your face out. He'll never punch me right here. He's too scared. It's like, you're not going to bait me into going up there to get pooped on. It's just not going to happen. So all I'm trying to say, Jeff, is the whole point I'm making as I'm talking in circles and making you fall asleep is that I switch directions. I switch directions and I switch energies, and I'm just not going to get sucked into negativity anymore. Can I argue and debate, Jeff? Yes. Me and you can have a debate. Me and Joe can have a debate. I mean, we can debate something, but we can do it respectfully, and not say the last time I was on panel was 3 men screaming, "I banged your dead mother. What are you going to do about it?" I don't need to be a part of that.
I don't want to go on those panels. I don't know. I don't even hang out in that part of town.
But I'm glad I did, because it showed me how utterly disgusting and how broken these people are. They're broken.
Oh, yeah, I noticed that a long time ago.
Yeah. Well, I'm learning now as I go, Jeff. So, no, I'll definitely come up for your New Year's soiree. Are you going to wear a tuxedo, Jeff? That's what I need to know.
I'll let you guess if you think I even own a tuxedo. No,
you got to get one.
No, I'll do something. I'll dress up some kind of way.
No doubt.
I'll bring my party gear.
You got to wear your party hat. Yeah, man. Yeah. Are you still going out and taking your walks and stuff?
Well, I walked around and looked at Christmas lights on Christmas Eve, but that's about it. But Monday, I have an appointment back at that workplace again, so I'm going to stop by and get some fries on the way home. So that'll happen on Monday.
Man. Heck yeah, dude.
Monday afternoon.
Do your thing. That's your secret vice. Jeff, you want to know what my secret vice is? You want me to tell you? I'll tell you. I'll even show you. This is my secret vice. I can't live without it.
Wait, hang on. What? Tootsie Pops? Is that the suckers that you like? How much does it take to get to the center? Yeah, I remember
Cherry?
those. Oh yeah.
And the king of all flavors, grape.
How many licks does it take you?
I don't know, dude. I'll shit, man. Probably.
Well, hey, you want to do one New Year's? Do you want to do it on stream? We could test. We could do the test. How many licks does it take?
Might take a few hours. Yeah.
Because in the commercial was 3. It would be like 1, 2, and then he'd bite it. 3.
He goes, no, 3. Yeah, the owl.
Yeah, the owl.
But that is a piece of my childhood, because we're Gen X. But remember the cartoon, the commercial come on all the time. The owl in the tree with the Tootsie Pops, and man, it's just like a nostalgia candy. It's kind of
that one and that little hunk of cheese guy.
Are you hankering for
a
hunk of cheese?
With the cowboy boots? Yeah, hanker for a hunk of cheese. And all he did was teach you how to put cheese on a cracker and make a snack. Like they had a whole commercial to teach us how to make cheese crackers.
I'm thinking about you with that hat on and the boots. And Jeff going, "You hanker for a hunk of
Do you
cheese?"
hanker for a hunk of cheese?
Oh my god, those were the best. Those were the best commercials ever because they got stuck into your head. They got ingrained into your head. You know, you.
They were good marketing.
Oh my
That
goodness,
and Schoolhouse Rock, yeah. That was
Schoolhouse
some
Rock,
good
man. And
programming and
remember,
indoctrination. I'm so hungry.
remember the
Wagon
Muppets?
Wheel, that's what it is. I'm watching him now. Oh my God, he looks so gay looking back. I bet it was
Yeehaw.
sponsored by like Ritz
Did he
or
have?
something. You want something
Did he
delicious
have a
and
lasso?
nutritious? And his horse runs out for under him,
Oh, you
and he
hanker for
drops
a
onto
hunk
the
of
ground, and he
cheese?
starts dancing. Wow, this was not designed to produce
Oh my gosh, man.
straight men, I don't think.
Yeah. No, we watched some wacky stuff when we were kids, man. Some
We
wacky
did.
stuff. Oh man, I still love it. Was a little bit. I was getting more into like my early teens, but you remember Gumby, the Gumby cartoons
Kind of sort. I remember Eddie
with
Murphy's
Gumby.
Gumby. Well, Gumby and
Yeah,
Pokey.
Gumby, Pokey, Goo.
Yeah, kind of
Yeah,
sort
and
of.
Goo. Hey
Schmoo?
Gumby, and then Gumby be
Who's
running.
Goo?
Yeah. Goo was the girl. Goo was the little fish-looking girl. It was what Gumby, Pokey, and Goo. Look up Goo, Gumby Goo.
Yeah.
She was like a little fish-looking.
Oh
thing,
my
right?
God! No, I don't remember her. She's kind of
Yeah.
disturbing a little bit. She looks like she should be on
Yeah.
Mister Rogers with those other scary
Yeah.
puppets.
Won't you be my neighbor? Yo, man.
Pokey looked
I don't know if
retarded,
you.
like clinically retarded.
Then they had the two guys. They had the two twins that were like the tough guys that were always chasing Gumby around. Oh man.
Gumby got bullied. Oh, I love the little yellow
Yeah.
dinosaur.
Yeah. The what was it? Prickly, or what was his name? Because he had the little spikes on him, right? I'm trying to remember. Can't remember. It's been so long.
Prickle.
Then in the Prickle. Yep. In the early years, I remember the early years. I was like coming into teenage years. Pee-wee's Playhouse was always really big. Pee-wee's Playhouse. I used to love that.
Shit. Was it California Dreamin'? The
California
raisins, the
Raisins?
dancing
California
raisins.
Raisins.
Yes.
Yeah. Did you know that? You know, California Raisins was signed to Priority Records. They actually
Or
had a
was
record
it
contract.
was it the Gladys Knight song? What's that? I heard it through the grapevine.
Yeah.
What was their song? Hang on. Raisins song. I heard it through the grapevine. That was it.
Jeff, I love fruit, but I was never into raisins. I just wasn't. I just never really got into raisins. But
I was so excited because I was a big D&D nerd. I was so excited for the cartoon, and I hated it when it came out. It was not anything like Judge, and they had that little unicorn, Uni. Ugh. And the knight, the fighter guy was so obnoxious. Like I did not enjoy that cartoon, but I do remember it. I probably watched the whole first season.
Jeff, as a true red-blooded American, I literally had an obsession with G.I. Joe. Like I had all the figures, the planes, the tanks, remember the G.I. Joe cartoon? Oh my goodness, I would
Kinda,
wait
sorta.
and watch it. G.I. Joe, greatest American hero, come to save the day, and they'd shoot lasers, but no one would ever die. Like it's so funny. Cobra Commander. Oh man, G.I. Joe was the best, man. Growing up, was G.I. Joe versus Cobra Commander. Good stuff, man. You know, it's just,
Yeah, we had a good childhood.
I just like to, Jeff. I just like to sit sometimes, just think about like all the stuff we grew up on, like our past, and you know how innocent it was, how much fun we had, how carefree we were.
They remade the. I didn't know this, but they remade the Hall of Justice cartoon. They had
Did
like
they?
like in the 2000s, but it's the same characters, and you can see the difference. They look mean. They glare at each other. They look miserable. They look anxious. Some of them look like horny and very adult looking. You can see the difference between our version of Hall of
Yeah.
Justice, which was very innocent and idealistic and save the world and fight the bad guys, and the new version, which is
I,
like the post Gen A, like it was after Gen A, it was the millennial
yeah.
version.
They make it
And they're
all
very
dark, you know,
jaded
and
and cynical.
steamy. Yeah. Yeah. It's like, how did a superhero go from wholesome, loving, save the world to like these dark, nasty, cursing
They
assholes?
are.
You know,
They're
it's like,
dark,
you know, it's
nasty.
like,
Yes.
yeah, it's like the only superhero I think that has remained the same is probably Batman. Because Batman came out, he was always very
Well, he was
dark.
always that way. So
Yeah. A
that
tortured
makes me
soul. But
wonder
look at,
if, like, what the cartoons of this new generation is. Like, if I want to understand the new generation, should I
look
be
at
looking at their cartoons, or is it going to
yeah,
frighten me too much? They watch
look
anime,
at
don't they?
yeah. But look at Aquaman. Aquaman was this little skinny blonde hair guy who played with fishes, you know, and then now Aquaman's like this big ripped beast, you know, who looks
Oh,
like a
right.
massive
I didn't see the new. What's the name? Jason Momoa.
Momoa. Yeah,
Yeah.
Momoa. Yeah, great actor. But they made Aquaman into like this dark, like crazy thing. Yeah, I do like Gail Gano. Is it Gano or Ganot? I can't remember. She's Israeli. She plays a good Wonder Woman. The new Wonder Woman's. She is fine, dude.
Oh,
Yeah, Gail Gadot. Gadot.
shit, some tip in my mind. I don't even know how I know her. I didn't even see the movie.
Yeah,
I think she showed up in some social media stories. Let's see.
yeah,
Wonder
damn good.
Woman.
They did. She did a good job. Really good job.
Gal Gadot.
Gal Gadot. Okay, yep, she's Israeli. She was in the IDF. She was a soldier at one point. Because
Oh,
you had
really?
this
Like in
military
real
service
life?
to be a citizen. Yeah.
Wow.
So to be if you're eligible for military service in Israel to be a citizen, you have to serve at least 2 years in the IDF, the Defense Force. Yeah.
Oh,
it's
that's even the
conscripted.
women?
Yes. Yeah. The women are some of the toughest ones.
Well, that's fair. That's very
Yeah,
gender
women are tough, man.
equality.
And Israeli women, like real Israeli women, they are gorgeous. They're sun-kissed. They have the beautiful skin. I don't know, Jeff. You might turn back, man. Look at some pictures of IDF women soldiers. Woof. They are fine, bro. But they're spicy though. Growing up in New York, you know, the Israeli women, they're always like, you know, snapping their fingers and popping their necks. You know, they always had a lot of sass to them.
Oh, like
You know?
sassy black women,
Yeah,
except
yeah,
Jewish. Hey, Shift, what's
yeah,
up?
yeah. Jewish
That Israeli
sassiness. Yeah,
sass.
yeah, it
Oh,
was great
okay.
though.
Let me. Shift. I was talking about that the other day with somebody. On the browser version of YouTube, there's no way to see when somebody makes new community posts, but on the phone they have a tab you could check, and it shows all the new. So I realized I can't see community posts unless I go look for them. So I'm glad you told me. I wish YouTube would fix that.
Yeah. I heard through the grapevine from a lot of different people that YouTube is going to change a lot of the stuff that they do to where, you know, kind of curb on a lot of the bullying.
Curb the what?
So I think that a lot of the bullying, people that are doxing people that are, you know,
What do
basically,
they
you
plan
know,
to do, and why haven't they done it already?
well, but they're making teams to review. Like, in other words, you'll put a review into them and it could sit on someone's digital desk for weeks and sometimes a month. They're making more teams because a lot of people have been complaining about harassment on YouTube.
So it's going to be a bunch of Karens that are going to figure
No,
out how
not
to
Karens.
censor
But
and
if people are
micromanages.
But people are altering your images. They're putting like, you know, phouses in your mouth. They're putting your address and your family online. YouTube's going to strike those channels. And I think that's a good thing. I think it's a good thing.
I thought they already could. Like you could already report them.
You can,
get struck.
but apparently, allegedly, they're gonna up the ante. They're gonna take it more seriously. That's just what I've heard from multiple people. I don't know.
I mean, it would be nice if they did. Another thing they
Yeah.
could do is stop the ability to create hundreds of sock accounts.
Yeah.
And
It's
imitate people's names, like have unique IDs for each user.
There's So there's the one fake one of me that looks just like my avatar. And every time they comment, and it's just like, it's so silly. I know who it is. I know exactly. We both know who it is. We don't have to say who it is. We know who it is. So somebody that is obsessed. But it's all right.
That narrows it down.
But the problem is that people think it's me on other platforms.
Yeah,
cool.
I have to check every time because sometimes I even not sure if it's the fake mic or not. And they Discord. They go to the channels and they make little comments, and they start. And the people think it's you, and they come and confront you.
Yeah, not at all. Not me. I have never been in Discord once, and I don't travel around other than 3 or 4 channels. That's it. I don't go all over the place. Now, there are a few channels out of this sector that I go to. It's completely different. It's one's about politics and another one's about just overall health and life and stuff like that. And people can't find me there because I use a different handle, so they can never find me there. And
so they can't because they probably have a tracker on you. I just found out you can put YouTube track. Discord has a bot that they could put your channel name in, and then they get notifications every time you're on a channel somewhere.
But personally, between me and you, just between me and you, I'm asking your honest opinion. Don't you think that's really sad and obsessive that someone has to run around and chase somebody?
It's definitely obsessive. That's obsessive.
Yeah.
But I guess it's also technology. If technology can do it, if they can code it, people will probably use it. You can make bots for all kind of stuff.
Yeah. But if people took that energy and bottled it into something positive, they could do such great things, but they use that as like this nastiness. And Jeff, the reason why I don't get angry anymore is because they're hurt. They're wounded. They have to take out their pain on someone else. That's how they ease their pain.
Probably
and it is what it is.
It's like ghetto therapy.
It is, Jeff. I've learned so much going through all this strife that I've been through with the ups and downs. And it taught me a lot. It taught me a lot I didn't want to know, but it taught me a lot about myself, my reactionary impulses and things like that, and I've snapped out of the drama. I like to joke around lightheartedly. I like light trolling, like we said, Jeff, light trolling, making fun of my shirt or something like that. Or, you can't jump that high. Get out of here. Yeah, I'm just saying, but like, not yelling into the camera, I banged your dead mother. What are you going to do about it? Oh, that's not.
Well, they say whatever extreme thing they think is going to push a button,
and it doesn't. And it doesn't push a button. And then so I sat there and I'm going, that's pretty unfortunate. It's kind of sick, Come on. It's they don't get the reaction they want, and they get more and more upset, right, Jeff? They get enthralled. They get so angry because you're not giving them what they want. So yeah, it's all good, man. I've learned a lot, man. I've learned a lot, Jeff. So I appreciate coming up here and just having a conversation. That's nice.
Well, stop by on New Year.
Are you still watching your series again? What series were you watching? You go through all these series that you watch, right?
Yeah, I'm always watching. I have like 10 different series going that I go in and out of, and I forget to even finish some of them. Mm-hmm. Right now, Bex and I are watching Twin Peaks, and I just watched a really good one called American Rust. And Amazon has the second season, but they only give you the first 3 episodes for free. And so I'm waiting to finish that one as soon as I figure out a way to watch it.
You have to watch at least 1 or 2 of them. The True Detective series on HBO.
Oh, no, that's my favorite TV show. I watch it every year. In fact, after we finish Twin Peaks, that's the next one we're going to start. I watch Twin Peaks and True Detective annually. And it's time for my annual viewing.
Wasn't the original Twin Peaks about like an airport and 2 guys and a girl? Was that Twin Peaks or was that something else?
That was something else.
Okay. I can't remember what that was called.
Was it Wings?
And now you said you didn't watch this. The Wire. The Wire is about the drug trade.
No, I did. And in fact, I looked for it the other day. I tried to find a free copy somewhere and I couldn't find one.
Okay. Because they have some of the episodes, I think, on YouTube somewhere. You may have to have premium. I'm not sure, but I have all of them on DVD. I went and bought all the series because, like you said, Jeff, you can't really find like True Detective. Like they're hard to find. So I bought the series off of eBay.
I bought it too. I have it
Yeah.
on YouTube, so I own it.
Yeah, and then I went and I got the I got hooked on Narcos. Narcos was a series about, you know, cocaine in Colombia, and I loved it so much I bought the whole freaking box set.
Oh wow.
I watch them all the time. It's like $30. It's not like super expensive, you know. I get it on eBay. I get it used on eBay, you know, because they're always guaranteed to work. If they don't work, you send them back.
Yeah, I'm always
But,
looking for a good series to watch. I'm really into the
Yeah.
I'm really into The Curse on Netflix.
Mm.
It's kind of a dark comedy satire about these two yuppies.
Mm.
It's
Do you like
hilarious.
do you like the ghost hunting stuff? Does that intrigue
Not
you at
really.
all?
I used to watch Celebrity Paranormal, where they take celebrities and put them in a haunted house and
Yeah.
scare them and stuff. But outside of those, I don't really watch them because I don't believe in ghosts.
Never. I don't believe in ghosts, but I believe sometimes there's an etching or an essence of that person still around. It's like an energy. Does that make sense to you? I mean, I don't know how to explain it and really put it into words, but I feel like what I'm trying to say is I feel like sometimes we leave a trace of ourselves behind, a trace of us. It could be a smell. It could be a feeling. It could be. It's almost like when you feel like someone is with you, but they're not there. Does that make sense, Jeff? Like you feel like they're still there with you. Maybe it's just they're in your heart, but it feels like they're still with you. You know. I don't know.
Maybe so. It seems subjective. I struggle with this energy vibe thing. What's SOA, Bex?
Like I said, it's good to. Oh yeah, she watched Sons of Anarchy. Oh, so she likes. So Bex likes. Was that Bex?
What's
So
that
she
about?
liked. She liked Narcos. Oh, I love Narcos. So good.
Is that a spinoff?
Sons of Anarchy is about biker gangs.
Oh.
Yeah, it's like a big, huge rage. Son of Anarchy. People go crazy for that show.
Wow.
They go nuts for it. Got the heartthrobs on there. You got the big tough guys. You know who the heartthrobs mother is Katie Seagal, which was the wife of
That Peg
on Married
Bundy.
with Children.
Yeah.
Yeah, Married with Children. Yeah, she plays like a badass biker mom. It's funny as shit.
Oh wow.
It's like that's Peg. That's Peg Bundy. Yeah. It's funny, man. Oh, I used to love Married with Children. I growing up, I used to watch it all. But I loved.
I never got into that show. Like I never saw the humor in it.
And dude, the daughter, Christina. Oh my. What that wasn't her name. Her real name is what? She's been a bunch of movies.
It was Christina Applegate. What was her character name? Fuck.
Peg.
Because it was Bud.
Yeah, and God, what was her? I can't believe I can't think of it right now.
I can't
Can't think of it right now.
Was it Christina? No, that's her real name. Let's see.
Yeah. It's on the tip of my tongue, but I can't think of it.
Mine too. And I don't even watch the show. Let's see.
Yeah.
Kelly Bundy.
Kelly. You know that Christina Applegate was in a bunch of movies. She was so
in I
gorgeous.
Married an Axe Murderer.
But she got I think she has MS real bad, like really, really bad.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, she's messed up pretty bad. I think she has MS. Yeah. She has a hard time getting around. If you Google a picture of her now, she looks completely different. But yeah, she is. I think she does have MS. I think that's what it is. That sucks. It's terrible. You know.
Okay. Shelley, I'll be wrapping up soon anyway because I think Bex and I are going to go start our TV watching. But you can go to the Discord website. There is an app, but you can go to the website and sign up and download it. And you can also get through it from the browser too. So I don't know if you need the app, but we watch stuff in there all the time. So if you sign up here, if you sign up, find me under this name, Gen X Jeff, and I'll send you an invite to our server. And we could watch it there. Hang on, that's not the right name.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. There's my Discord name. So find me there.
Shelby said, "Tasty bad boys." Naughty, naughty. Yeah, women love the bikers, and if it's like
They
a
do.
good looking biker,
Yeah, I go for the bad boys too. That is definitely a
usually
thing.
usually bikers are really rough and tough looking, missing some teeth, with some road rash,
Yeah, I don't go for
But
those. Not
the
that
Son of
bad. I
Anarchy,
have a floor to my badness.
you got the one guy that looks like Brad Pitt. You got the other guy that looks like a Latin dreamboat, and they're bikers, but they're like, I guess, like model looking bikers. But that's a real Son of Anarchy is a really good show. It really is. It shows you the whole motorcycle club culture. It really does. Dude, I got to get tooth work done. Jeff, one of my fillings came out, so I got to get that taken care of.
They
Yeah.
come out. They just like randomly pop out.
Dude, I was eating and I went like that, and it was my filling, a piece of silver. My filling. Fillings. I had a filling put in maybe like 25 years ago. So I got to get it. They just clean it and put the filling back in, a new one. The tooth is still there. Just I need to get a new filling. That's all. But I hate it because I can feel a hole. The filling is gone.
Yeah. I think they have new ones now. They're like porcelain or epoxy or something that.
Yeah. This was the old school silver one, or the old school one. Was my I think that was my first cavity. I've only had like 2 cavities my entire life, like 2 of them. That's it. I take care of my teeth. I'm not missing any teeth other than one wisdom tooth they had to take out. That's it, man. My teeths. You got good teeth? You got good teeths?
I have okay
Good
teeth.
Yeah. Teeths.
They're okay. I'm a grinder, so I ground. I used to have big canines, and I ground them all down. So I have little tiny front teeth because I ground them to nothing.
You got dolphin teeth. You got little baby dolphin teeth.
Oh, dolphin teeth? Is that what they are? Yeah, I guess so. And I have bird lips. I have no lips and tiny teeth.
Well, Jeff, this is what I'm going to do. I need you to get some Botox for your lips, Jeff. Get some big Botox lips. Get some big old veneers, some big old chompers. Nah, you're fine just how you are, man.
I get a goatee smile. Get a grill.
That's it, man.
Like Blizzy has with the dinosaur teeth.
That was big growing up in New York. When I was in my teens, everybody had gold teeth, and they were like a bridge, and you put it in your mouth, and they would have it, and then some of them they'd have symbols on them. Like one would be like a money sign, and then it would be like a Mercedes.
Oh
emblem
yeah,
or a BMW.
I've seen that. Flavor Flav had that.
Dude, that was the most gaudy shit I've ever seen in my life. Oh my gosh, man!
It's not something I would wear, but
yeah, nah. I was, even though I was kind of street in a way, I always had manners. I never like fell into that whole, dirty street vibe. Like I didn't wear super baggy clothes. I was always very presentable, very clean, That's just how we grew up.
Oh, look at Shelby taking care of me. I do need a bite to eat, and Bex and I gotta go watch shit. All right, I guess I'll wrap up.
All right, Jeff. Well, I'm glad I came up to talk to you, man.
Yeah,
I
me
made
too.
my
It was good
appearance.
seeing you.
I'll pop up
Glad you
again.
had a good holiday, and
Yeah.
we'll see you.
I would say, Jeff, you're probably the only channel I'm gonna come live with. Come up on channel. You're probably the only one, honestly, man. Because I'm done with all the other stuff. I'm done with that stuff. So I appreciate you, Jeff.
Well,
Have a good night.
New Year.
Eat something, man. Get yourself going. It's good to see you, man. I'll see you next time. Everyone hit the like before they leave. Hit the like before they leave.
Oh
Later,
yeah,
Jeff.
and the subscribe if you haven't already. My numbers be dropping.
That's it, man. All right, guys. I'll see you later.
All right, take care.
Take care, man.
All righty, went 4 hours today. That's pretty good. Okay, well, thanks for hanging out. And like I said, I'll probably take the day off tomorrow. But I'll be back Monday. And then Tuesday Eve, we're going to do the New Year's Eve. And it's Troll Amnesty for the Trolls Day. If I blocked you, and it wasn't for like being a complete dick or asshole or our troll. You'll probably you'll probably come off a block, so you get one more chance to participate like a civilized human being, and we'll see how long it lasts. So I'm feeling generous. What's the creator? The AI, is that a series or a movie? Let me look. Movie. Ooh, a war between the humans and the robots. Okay, I'll have to remember to put that one on my list too. Oh, right. Thanks, Mike, for reminding me. That helps. I am trying to become a more loving person, and so I'm not at the point where I could just. It doesn't flow yet, but I am attempting to love all of you. So I hope that helps. Oh no, Mr. B. He said they didn't, but they got some birds, but they did not get a deer. All right, I'm out. Have a good rest of your night. Good rest of your weekend. Oh, Monday. Yeah, let me tell you what else is happening Monday. I have a appointment at that job place in the afternoon, so I will be stopping by for some more fries on Monday. So it's McDonald's Monday, and then Tuesday is New Year's Eve. Wednesday I'm doing an all-day New Year's stream. So the page is turning. It's we're almost there. 2025. A new year, a new leaf. All right. Take care, everybody. Bye.